It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Welcome to day 3 of the Chessable Masters. After today, we will have a much better idea of who is going to qualify for the knockout stage. Remember, it's the top half of the tournament, the top 8 who will go through. 16 players, 15 round, all play all tournament. So after today, there'll just be 3 games remaining. So this is a huge day ahead of us. This is the Chessable Masters, the tournament sponsored by Chessable, of course, the, well, renowned online learning platform. Do check it out, chessable.com. Some great courses there. And we'd also like to thank our partners here at the event, Air Things as well, who monitor the air quality for the players. And do check out the NFTs at chesschamps.io as well. The trophy is being auctioned there, so that's also very exciting indeed. And let me welcome my co-commentator, Andras Toth, who is in deepest, darkest Australia. It's 2 in the morning or thereabouts. Andras, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Danny, and thanks for the intro. Excited again. Ahead of us is another very exciting day, and indeed, as you very aptly put it, at the end of today, we will know a lot more, but I think we already have a very good idea about what is happening, and your boy, I think we can call him as such, Wei Yi, holy cow, he is definitely, I think, the name to look out for today. You already correctly labeled him as the dark horse, but I think he has actually gone from dark horse to clear favorite.
Well, he's certainly in the lead with 18 out of 24, and just behind him, 2 players, David Anton and Magnus Carlsen on 15, and Nish Giri on 14. They're the top 4, but as we know, things can change rapidly because 3 points for a win in this tournament, just 1 for a draw. So the next 4 rounds, absolutely critical. It's going to be really interesting to see. Games will be starting in 2 minutes' time. So hang around, everybody. It's going to be a very exciting day. And just before we kick off, Andras, just a little topic away from chess. Big news in Australia, of course. Did you vote yesterday? Did you vote yesterday?
Actually, Danny, I was such a good boy that I voted several days ago. So I don't know how, for example, in England, the election and the voting works, but in Australia, actually, almost like a week before the official date, you are allowed to go and vote. and there are actually several places open where you can go in your town and vote. So as soon as I could, I cast my vote. By the way, you actually have to in Australia. By have to, I mean that you are mandated to vote. Otherwise, you are getting, I think, a $200 fine. So I have done my civic duty a fair few days ago. And indeed, we just had the results a couple of hours ago. And we have got a new government, a new prime minister. So I suppose it's always a bit of an exciting time, irrespective of where you put the, your vote. So, yeah, interesting.
I've been reading about democracy sausages. Which apparently is a thing in Australia, that when you go, I mean, the barbecues, the barbie is of course traditionally Australian. You throw a shrimp on the barbie.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, look, it is quite funny because
sorry,
I think
I just finished my sentence. Thank you very much. It's traditional in Australia to have a democracy sausage. Did you have your democracy sausage?
No, that's what I was going to tell you, that actually this year, not every place had the democracy sausage. There are two places where you get to have these sausages, and I will finish very quick because the game's kicked off. One of them is the elections, when you get to have your sausage with a bread, and you walk away happy with a full tummy. But we also have them at a hardware store chain called Bunnings, where people always have the sausages on the ready for you. So the barbecue culture is in full swing, as are the games, Danny. So tell me, please, where you would like us to go. I know where we want to go. We want to go to Harry. Look at that. Yesterday we mentioned Harry and him being frequently employed, and Mamedyarov doesn't let me down, and he chucks the H-pawn forward.
He does, and H4 is actually becoming a standard move in these kind of Grunfeld positions. And yeah, H4 is kind of no big deal these days. It's absolutely normal. So, you could say that in this position, White has a threat to exchange on D5 and actually play H5 or H5, or indeed just play H5 straight away. Yeah, it's a very reasonable move indeed. And White still has the option to transpose to other lines as well, just by taking on D5. So yeah, H4 absolutely normal. And well, already I think, do we have some more moves on that game?
Yeah, we do actually. My apologies, we do. I just got distracted because I looked to the board next to them. Look at the irregularities here. Wowzers.
Actually, I mean, knight A3 in this kind of position, I know B5 and knight A3 looks a little bit strange, but actually against B5, very acceptable move. And as you've just pointed out there, if, for example, Black had played A6, then C4 would be the answer for White, and just challenging that pawn on B5. It's a very nice idea, actually. I've had to face that with Black myself, and I know absolutely reasonable for White. So, yeah, but very interesting. And well, instead of defending the pawn, Anisha's simply pushed on, but that allows the knight to hop into C4. Yeah, interesting position. It's not absolutely clear whether those queenside pawns will be a strength or a weakness. I mean, personally, I like White's position there. Feels like White has something to chip away at with pawn to A3.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. Although we also must add that the knight on C4 is still a little bit floating due to D5s, but then again, that allows it to come to E5, which is perhaps an even better square. So, yeah, I also am with you on this one, that I prefer White.
I'd actually like to go to Gawain Jones against Magnus Carlsen.
Yep, very good call, Danny. Speaking of Gawain Jones, I just saw this morning a tweet by Gawain in which he mentioned that he felt really tired and depleted yesterday, but he promises to come back with recharged batteries today. And I really do hope that your countryman is going to show us why we like him for that uncompromising, aggressive, attacking chess. That's what we want to see. And I think he's playing this opening exactly in that spirit.
Well, Magnus playing the so-called modern defense, e4, g6, and the kingside fianchetto, which I always feel when top players play the modern, they're basically saying to their opponent, okay, I know this opening is a bit rubbish, but it gives you, plenty of scope to go wrong. You don't see it in World Championship matches. Let's put it like that, E4, G6. And yet this is a very normal opening, let's say, at club level.
Yeah, and it is also an opening with which you can genuinely play for a win with black, although at the cost of obviously giving a fair few things up, including center space. So yeah, it is definitely a sharp take on trying to play for a win. So this is definitely going to be an exciting game to look out for.
Well, I mean, let's just look at that position straight away. So, Gawain has been given a choice. Yep. Do you put the knight on A4? Do you put it back to E2?
Knight D5 from the devil.
Oh, okay, getting a bit frisky there. Could do that one as well. Yeah, I think
actually
I just
played
back on E2.
Played
it very good. Yep. Fine. Okay, I wouldn't have done that, but you see, that's the kind of choice that you give your opponent. As they say, you give them enough rope, and maybe they'll do something a bit silly. Yeah, I'm not sure about knight D5 actually. I would not a move I would rush into, I've got to say. I mean, just exchanging it and going A5.
Yeah, take A5, perhaps here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the game careers on. I mean, it's an interesting position.
Yeah, I suppose it's a debate always whether this pawn is a strength or a weakness.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, black's knight is going to hop out via D7 to either F6 or B6, and that's going to be the disadvantage of playing in that way. But well, let's see what Magnus does. Has he played like this? No, we don't have a move yet.
No, actually we do. Just then. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting position, but I would say Magnus would be reasonably happy with the outcome of the opening. It's unclear. It's dynamic. So yeah, all to play for there. Certainly not a dry position.
Yes, no, that's definitely not going to be a dry one. That's for sure.
Okay, what else we got? How's Wei Yi? Let's go to Wei Yi. Let's see what he's got.
He has got a sharp-ish Sicilian against Mishra.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, this position I feel very comfortable with, as it's a Najdorf, and this variation is pretty standard actually. This idea with, if we just backtrack a couple of moves to 8 bishop e6 or around about there. So I'm always comfortable with the backward d pawn, and knight d5, queen d3 is pretty standard way to go here actually.
Someone might have a very good course on the Kalashnikov, Danny, and said Kalashnikov does feature a backward d pawn, right? That's probably why you are so happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. In my chess career as a kid, I started with the Kalashnikov and played it in my teenage years. Then I grew up and played the Sveshnikov, again backward d pawn, and then you could say in my professional career I played the Najdorf. But there's a link between all those openings.
For sure.
Yep. That's playing the pawn to e5. So I always say to my students, structure determines strategy.
Yep.
If you have a fixed pawn structure, then it's much easier to determine your strategy. And that's what I like about those Sicilian positions. When you put a pawn on e5, then it's much easier to determine where you're going to place your pieces, basically. But this is really interesting because Abhimanyu has simply given up the pawn on d5 just to play with the two bishops. And that's a little bit unusual, but he's obviously still in his prep because he's actually gained time on the clock. So I'm fascinated to see how this one develops. I mean, if you played another way, just defending that pawn, then it's pretty well known that black is absolutely fine. So as you say, two bishops, they could fly down the board. So very double-edged. But I mean, in principle, I feel that black should be fighting here. But Abhimanyu's obviously got something up his sleeve. Do you know who he works with, actually?
Actually, I don't know. What I definitely do know, by the way, and this is not a commercial by any means, although I guess I should do that anyway. But he actually published, Danny, I don't know if you knew this or not, shortly after he became the youngest grandmaster in the world, a screenshot of his computer went viral, at least in the chess world, about the Chessable courses that he owns and he studied.
Ah.
And his Chessable library is nothing short of mighty impressive. All the big guns and their very important courses are there. The Swidler, Grunfeld, the Schenkel and semi-slav. I don't know if he has your Kalashnikov, by the way, on that note, but he does have a lot of courses. And not only that, but the actual image showed how much he studied them. And boy, no stones were left unturned there. So he's definitely working really, really hard. Now, knowing the fact that he played a lot in Hungary, and knowing the fact that Hungary has traditionally a fair number of very well-known and successful coaches, I would be surprised to know that, you know, if he didn't have any Hungarian assistance, but I can't confirm any names. So it is just an educated guess.
Yeah, that's interesting. Could well be. Yeah. My old friend Tibor Karoyi is very, very active as a coach. Haven't seen him for a while. Hope Tibor's doing well.
Yeah, do you know that I worked with Tibor together for a while in Australia?
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, we worked for the same company for a short period. Me here in Canberra and him in Sydney, but we were employed by the same chess business. So yeah, that was an interesting time.
I didn't realize Tibor had been in Oz.
Yeah, he was for a short period of time. So he spent a fair bit of time in Singapore, in the chess academy there, working with some remarkable Singaporean talents, by the way. And then afterwards, he went back to Hungary for a short while, and then he came out to Australia for a year or two to work here, and then he went back for good.
Very interesting. Okay, we've got a couple of moves. Queen c8 played, bishop f3 and knight back to f6, which, I mean, on the surface of it, looks very sensible, just clearing the knight out of the way. And in the Sicilian, regardless of whether one has an extra pawn or not, it's those center pawns that are black's great asset in the Sicilian. If they can roll down the board, then black is doing fine. And this is reaching already a critical moment where black is threatening to push the pawn to d5. And if they start rolling, you've got an extra pawn, you've got the center, black is dominating. So big moment here. I mean, I suppose, yeah, I mean, this, as you're pointing out with the arrows, that bishop could fly to a5 or g5. If bishop a5, you've got to watch out for knight c4, of course.
Yeah. This looks healthier to me.
Bishop g5, possible. I mean, there's always
e4.
Yeah, I've got to watch out for that. There's also d5, maybe just giving back a pawn and freeing things. I mean, the move that I was thinking about was also in this position, just playing rook he1, actually. Just
very sensible. Yep.
Just to stop d5. I mean, the rook looks healthy on e1.
Yeah, actually, my suggestion was a blunder because of d5. So let's show that. And then the said central pawns begin to roll. So very good call.
He's actually gone bishop g5. But in principle, I don't think black should be at all concerned in this position. If only by the fact that, for example, if black played d5 in this position, then white would have to liquidate. And already, I think black is absolutely fine in that position. I'm not going to claim an advantage. I'm just saying black should be equal there without any difficulty at all.
I'm totally with you.
So just on that basis, but, black is not obliged to give back the pawn. But there's always that possibility. I mean, before we do that, then let me see. What else could we consider?
What is this e4 thing?
Keep looking at e4. Maybe let's have a look at that. So e4, bishop takes, knight takes, then bishop e7.
And I wanted to take this, but apparently I'm blundering something.
Okay, so what's going on there? Queen e3. dreamer. Queen d4. Yeah, queen d4 is a good move, I think.
Oh, there are too many horses hanging here, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
Yes, we'll take this, and this guy gets stuck in. Okay, I wanted to get cute, and instead I got smashed real hard. So yeah.
But coming back here, I mean, one interesting possibility is, okay, so is one question, is white actually threatening to take on f6 and take on d6? Possibly.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, okay, I'm still interested. I'm going to ignore that rudely, and I'm going to play a5.
a5, wow.
Okay, this is just counter-attacking. So basically, I just want to push that pawn all the way a4, a3, and get at white's king.
Can I go after you like this?
Oh, you didn't want my pawn.
Well, oh, sorry. Okay, I will let you demonstrate the idea first. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Or knight c4, and then
exactly knight c4, and suddenly, I mean, that's my basic idea. Just to counterattack knight c4. There's e4 coming. There's a4 coming. Something swirling in there looks nice for black.
Come on, Danny. You can't call this a basic idea. It's a beaut. It is an absolute beaut. I come back with the queen, and you smashed b2, and then the discovery. Even if I didn't walk into it with the queen, not that I have an abundance of squares to go to, but even here, knight b2, e4, it's just completely smashing through. It's over.
But
beauty.
Of course, white is not obliged to do that.
No, certainly not. Yeah, I think queen b5 is probably
probably a good idea. But yeah, I mean, it's a good riposte. Yeah, I'll pass on that one. So let's go back. Okay.
Oh no, I don't mind your idea at all. I think it was pretty okay.
Rook e8, but we'll bear that in mind. But it's the kind of thing I want to do. You know, a5 feels like it's such a natural move in that position, particularly as white cannot block with a4. So, you know, that's an interesting idea. Anyway, he's gone rook e8, which is, of course, eminently sensible because it means you're closer to being able to push with e4. And
I wanted to just...
sorry, go ahead. Just very quickly, I was just going to finish and taking on f6 and taking on d6 and knight c4 anyway should be absolutely fine for black.
I was wondering, Danny, if I found queen c8 a little bit odd. Why didn't he go to d7? I didn't see the benefit of that. That was something I wanted to bring up earlier on, but we went, perhaps there is some c4, c5 stuff here, right?
I was going to say, I mean, to be honest, it feels a bit odd because, yeah, as you're kind of pointing out there, it could just be walking into a pin, actually.
Yeah, ignore me. Ignore me there.
I get queen c8, actually. I mean, particularly when there's the opportunity to counterattack with knight c4.
Knight c4, yeah, the knight c4 support was beautiful. So Mishra decided to take f6, and now he's definitely not going to decide to take on d6.
Okay, I mean, after that exchange, I just feel that black is absolutely fine there. I mean,
knight a5, perhaps.
Let me see, knight a5. Well, I'm looking at all the pawn breaks, you know, feels like one of them is going to work. I mean, maybe I can't quite see how. No, maybe not. I mean, we could just go rook e7 there. Oh no, then queen d6. That's even that's possible. But no, rook e7's, yeah, it's a bit ugly. Okay, knight a5. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I'm looking for something dynamic here. It's not quite springing to mind. I want to open things up.
Yes, you definitely want these pawns in motion so that the bishop is going to become a star.
Yeah, I'm not sure because queen d6 is now more of an option now that knight c4 has been, well, let's just say neutralized. You know, if we did something a bit tame like rook b8, then if queen d6, I mean, I think black is still okay there. Yeah, possibly e4, but actually I was just going to say knight e4.
Knight a4, yeah.
Sorry, knight c4. I was going to say
knight c4.
Oh, computer doesn't like that one, but it's not horrific. But
Maybe take bishop d5 is a problem there. Well,
Yeah,
I wouldn't call that a problem.
I'm not greatly worried about it, but yeah, it's not brilliant, is it?
But we are missing something here because according to the engine, black has something big here.
Yeah, I mean e4 probably actually.
Mm.
E4 is the move.
This guy here with knight a4 to come.
Yeah, I mean queen b6, you take on f3. I mean, I think black just says, you've got a fantastic bishop, and the queen is, after taking on f3. There's rook e2. I mean and queen f5 possibly later.
Yeah, this is getting spicy.
Okay, but rook b8 is not the most dynamic move, but good enough. Good
Indeed.
enough, probably.
I don't really see what else white could do, though.
Yeah. I mean, in any case, black always has this option to give up a pawn, and it's just not a big deal. He's gone bishop e4, but I mean, black is just going to reply with g6, I assume.
Yep.
Doesn't feel like a big deal. Oh, suddenly the computer likes.
Oh no! We are blundering there.
Ah, okay, that's the point. Okay, well that's quite nice then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's quite a sweet idea. All right, so what's the big deal? Is he just going to play d5 and just say, okay, take that pawn?
I may have spoken too fast, though. Actually, no, Danny. The idea is not that. Queen d6 is a blunder as well, because then we have got rook e6. The idea is queen f3.
Ah.
I thought, but again, the engine slams me. I thought that this double attack was the power, but maybe not. Is it queen d6? I didn't think this was it, but maybe. So what's the go with rook e6 here?
Well, I guess the queen is just coming back. Maybe queen c5. I mean, the rook is not beautifully placed on e6. Let's go back, because g6 clearly is not a good move. And so let me. Well, of course, h6 is possible, but I wanted to just play d5.
I was about to say that probably best thing to do here is to ignore this threat altogether and just fight for the center like we should.
Yeah. So I guess white is
played, in fact.
So he's going to take on d5 with the bishop, I guess.
Yep.
Now, rook d8, c4. Okay, I mean that's all right for black. Rook d8, c4. You can take and blockade if you want to.
What do you think, Danny, about e4? Bishop
I was
takes
just
knight c4.
That's the frisky way to play, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's chuck it in and see what happens.
The engine is not so impressed, but
I suppose just c3. It's not the end of the world, is it?
Yeah. White is holding for the time being.
Okay, but listen, just rook d8.
Yeah.
And c4 and you can just take and maybe rook d6 blockade or something. I don't know.
Okay, what else is here? I mean, c4 just makes this plan a lot stronger, by the way, for black, because anytime we chuck in e4 now, this bishop is an uncontested beast.
I'm coming back to my move a5.
I like that, actually. I really do. Yeah, that is now a delicious one.
Well, I'm just hitting all the standard Najdorf buttons here, basically. Yeah, knight d2 is okay.
Yeah, it's still a fight. It is still a fight.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's in the balance. Oh, he's interesting. He's taken and gone e4. Okay, that's nice. I like that.
I suppose rook e1.
We should learn from Wei Yi. Simple chess, actually. Just let the bishop fly.
Yep, that's a very good piece.
Well, I guess after rook e1, send the queen out. Queen g4.
Defend, attack, simple chess again.
Yeah, and well, I mean it's pretty double-edged.
Yeah,
I'm still wondering when a5 is going to come.
Do you mind, Danny, if we have a look at Carlsen just to see how that
let's
has evolved? I will rewind the tape a little bit. So a5 was played, rook e1 was played. This is obviously with the idea to pressure this somewhat backward pawn on e7. Take, bishop b5, and here we go, hitting e7. How do we guard it?
Well, you've got rook a7.
Rook a7 is such a cool move. I really like that.
The only thing is, it's potentially on prise to some kind of queen e3. But I think can black get away with that? Okay, here's my only thought was, can white take on c6 and play d5 and then queen e3? Does that work? Can we have a very quick look? D5?
We certainly can. Not sure where to put the bishop. Definitely not on d7. Queen. Because as long as so I'm protected. Even if you hit me, this is not hanging yet.
And can you just go queen? Okay, you can move the rook. It's not the end of the world for black.
Yeah, no. In fact, it's looking.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It's just. It was just one of those moments where I thought, rook a7's fine. Oh, hang on. Suddenly I saw queen e3 and went, oh.
yeah, that's a beautiful geometry, by the way. So one should definitely be a little bit, uncertain about this.
If rook a7 works, then I like black's position. Because structurally, black is actually doing really nicely.
Yes, d4 is becoming under pressure too. So the more black advances in development, the more problematic it will become for white.
Oh, this is on the board. This is on the board. Interesting. Yep. Okay. Well,
is castling okay now?
I would have thought so. I mean, let's just clear the king. Let's exit stage right. And we're coming back to kind of positions that as Sicilian players we understand. Because black basically has this Sicilian squeeze on the queen side with the pawns on a5 and b4. Okay, the central structure is a little bit different. Nevertheless, feels potentially very, very pleasant for black, actually. Once black can kind of disentangle, you play queen b6, you start to move the boys over to the queen side, and white's king is actually not very well placed on c1. I've got to say, it's at the end of a c file.
Once black gets the castle without getting bruised, even if I lose a pawn, I would be happy with to be black here, because the attacking potential here is just immense.
Interesting, actually. Magnus just played a4, even more direct.
Indeed.
Okay, that he doesn't mess around, I'm telling you.
So what do you do if I go here? I'm trying to play some sensible moves.
So you're just going to play, knight d5 on the way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Carlsen just felt like the
simple chess.
Yeah. Okay. So what's he got in mind? Knight f4 played. Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
We're about to find out.
I mean, castling is still okay, right?
Yeah, so what happens? Castling knight d5?
Yeah, that's where I was going, though. So I'm beginning to debate how useful this move was. In comparison to castling first, that's what I'm trying to say. And then if I had played the same, then now black would have a far greater pool of moves available rather than what? Wow, he's going for broke.
Okay, so takes an a3.
Sorry, that was a slip on my end.
He's just played a3 instead of taking first.
So probably he didn't like the idea of cracking the c file open.
Yeah, I think a3 is more prudent somehow.
Yes. Yeah, it feels that way.
But I'm still surprised Magnus has gone for this.
He must have seen it through, because it does feel like white gets a little bit of a momentum now with knight d5.
Yeah. And even the option to close with c3 if black doesn't do something quickly.
Yes, I anticipate capture, but then again, after knight d5, it looks like...
I'm not sure what I anticipate after knight d5. That's the only problem.
The hyper ugly... Oh, I can't even go to hyper ugly f6. Not that I would play such move, but... Interestingly, Danny, the engine likes this for black, so there must be here something that we don't see as clearly as the machine does.
Well, is he just going to castle in this position?
I was thinking that, but it feels like just take is
apparently
just
not.
Up.
As I see the eval bar go mental.
Yeah, just knock down the webcam on the top of my screen. So yeah,
it's a real distraction. It's doing my head in. Yeah. Okay. What are we going to do?
What on earth is the move here?
Oh, is he going to play knight a5? Let's see what the eval bar thinks of knight a5 here.
Isn't that? Oh, I get it. Yeah, similar.
He doesn't like it.
No, you know what I think it is, Danny? I was just about to wait. Now I lost it.
Okay, how about taking on d4? Let's see what the eval bar thinks about that. Oh, it doesn't mind that. That's better. I finally, it's trial and error.
Yep. So how not to use your engine one-on-one.
Yeah. So,
101. So yeah, 94 is a beauty with this.
Yeah. Woof.
That is still extremely sharp. Very, very sharp stuff.
Joking. Wow. I'm amazed Magnus played it like this because I don't think it really wasn't necessary.
Yes, I totally agree with you. That's exactly what I thought too, that this was not something that, you know, he could have been forced into. I mean, castles, both you and I'm pretty sure agree, would have led to so much more cleaner positions than this.
I'm just looking down the boards and I can see apparently Vidit has a winning position against Sam the Man. Can we have a very quick look there?
We are right on it, sir. This English has gone very sour. It wasn't English, right? Recall. Yes. Yes.
Just have a quick look.
The fellow Chessable author. Okay. This must be theory. This must be theory. That knight on e1 is not looking like a happy.
Let's see how we got there very, very quickly, because that position. Okay, so what's the big deal? Knight b.
Knight d4.
Yeah. Okay. Very quickly. Knight b3. Queen e6.
And there we are.
Okay. So the big question is, why not knight d4 for black?
Wait a tick. I think there were more moves played now. Yeah. So what did I miss here? Oh, bishop a6. Ouchie.
Okay.
Oh, that is all kinds of misery now for white. Had to sack the exchange and.
Okay, so he's black's just the exchange up. So yeah, it looks like it's winning for Vidit, and he badly needs a win because at the moment he's languishing on 8 out of 24. However, a win could bounce him back up. So, you know, this is a big game, and Sam is in 9th position with 10 out of 24. So that's an important game for the standings. You know, those guys really need a win to try to get into the top half. Let's go back to Magnus, because I think we're, you know, reaching an absolutely boiling point there. Wow. 95-94 on the board. So, and now going down to 1 minute and 40. Magnus has 2:25. Good grief. Very tight on time, tight on position. Can Gawain hit back?
I don't even know what to look at here first. Is it bishop e7?
Well, should we just stick it on the board and see what happens?
Yeah, for a change, I didn't blunder right away.
Okay, so we'll give a check. It's not quite
take. Ooh, did I miss a mate here? Holy moly, I did. The bishop is pinned.
Oh, that is checkmate. Yeah.
Well, not quite queen e7, and then one more part, but
close enough for Jazz.
So what is it? Check? Yes, it is check. But this is absolute insanity. I don't even know what move to put in now. Is it like queen c3 with the idea that after bishop takes pawn takes there's an f6 mate? What do I do? And on the board, no, apparently not. I got a bit too romantic for my own good there. King d1. King d1. And if knight d2, then white wins again.
Yeah. Okay. So instead of taking the queen, we need to find a move there.
Yeah. Sorry. So check here. Maybe bishop e5 to block off the e file.
Okay. Bishop e5. Then bishop takes d6.
Yeah. The engine tells me that I am not good at this game.
Okay. Can we take on b5? How's that?
The engine says that you, on the other hand, Danny, are good at this game.
It's called trial and error.
Yeah, we are still doing that way. Wow, this is bonkers. I mean, with this little time for each player, this is just madness. This is the ultimate chess thriller.
Okay, we've got to stick with this one. Let's go back to where we're actually at, which is after bishop e7. That's on.
Yep, king c2.
He's checked.
And queen c8 check has been played too. Wow. Down to the wire.
Both players down to just above 1 minute for their moves. Of course, they do have 10 seconds increment. However, this is tough now. Garwin is good in these kind of sharp positions. You know, he likes a bit of a mess on the board, does our Garwin, and he's played the d1 correct move. Fantastic. Come on, Garwin. You can do it.
Yeah, and instant bishop b5 from Magnus. So what are we doing now, Danny? Are we going after the bishop? Are we going after the king? What is the correct call? Not this one. Is it this one? No, because king f8.
How about we move the queen somewhere? Let's
to e3.
Queen e3, queen g5. One of these moves. I don't know. Let's
nope.
give it a go.
Nope.
Apparently not this one.
Machine says that we are not liked.
Yeah, but nobody knows why.
Yeah, I was trying to actually just attempt a refutation, but I don't really see. Gawain took on d6, but this will be something that we'll have to analyze.
Okay, check. That's what I see first of all. Rook on e1 checks the king. Now, how are we going to get out?
Yep.
Do we just go king d7 or king d?
Then the check. I mean, our queen is hanging, so this is just sheer insanity. King d8 was played, and the Ivar bar stays down. So Magnus must feel confident, and this is gonna cut it. Now we have a check here, which would allow our queen to escape, at least from being under attack.
Okay, let's do it. Let's put it on the board. See what happens. I guess f6 is possible. This is the thing.
Actually, Danny, some crazy stuff went down. Gawain played bishop e7 and then check. So he wants to the queen, but now, unfortunately, the two bishops will be left after take, and two bishops will just out-muscle easily the rooks. And that's, I think, White's best-case scenario here. Yeah, actually, Magnus went back to c4. He's going after Gawain's king now, or at least to some degree.
Should be winning for black. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, bishop d7 just traps in the knight entirely.
Yeah, I mean, just the rook on h8 needs to enter the game, but basically, it should be game over for black.
Wow, what a crazy, chaotic position this was. And apparently here, after king d1, bishop takes b5, White does have something, which for the life of me, I can't figure out, that allows White to stay in this game.
Do you want to just put queen g5 on the board? I'm just curious.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Queen g5 here. I thought we tried that.
Queen g5 any good?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. We tried it after the check. But this is the move, Danny.
Yeah. There we go.
Well done. Although even now... Okay, because now after bishop takes f6, the king can't escape via d8.
There you go.
And now I'm like, okay, so what does black do?
Okay, that's for another time. Let's go
exactly
to the actual position.
Yeah, I don't think there is a lot left in this one. A7 knight is still AWOL. As per indicated by you, the rook is now ready to enter the fray. I think we are more seconds away from calling it a day.
Because I mean, I was looking at king c7 there, then which allows rook c1 check. I mean, maybe the simplest way to go is, you know, you could trade rooks here. I mean, it's not. I'd rather play with the rooks on the board, but I mean, maybe just rook e8 is the way to go.
I believe so. Yes, you will find it very difficult to evac the knight.
Yeah, still, you know, let's just stick around because both sides under a minute. I want to see how this one goes. I think we got another move.
Fair few moves, in fact. The rook went in, so f5 was played, rook b4, bishop c3, and now Magnus forces the trade. I anticipate this, I think.
Yeah, he's actually done it in a better way because his king is in a better position, closer to actually trapping the knight. So yeah, Magnus still in control and looks like he's winning that. So yeah, he just found a better way to go about freeing his pieces, basically. Yep, good technique, and that is going to do his score a lot of good.
I am amazed by the incredible confidence how Magnus navigated this absolute chaos and mayhem with mutual queens hanging, discovered checks. It was like the kitchen and the sink was thrown at him, and he just, cool as a cucumber, just managed to wiggle out. Very impressive.
Yeah. Let me just take a look at their. I didn't see them. I need to see them on cam. Let's have a look at how they are.
Yeah, Magnus looks confident. That's his confident body, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, looking alert, basically. He's okay.
Yeah, he's good. We haven't seen Danny, your friend, Wei Yi and Mishra. Their game has gone also quite ballistic in the sense that the tactics and the white king. Yeah, the white king is very open to tactics, but at the same time, Mishra is a pawn up. Time is ticking away. We are again just looking to experience some drama, I expect.
Can we go back to move 20, please? That's where we left it. And after he played e4, and it looks like he got in. So he got in his moves, e4 and a5.
Yep. I'll go right there for you.
Move 20.
Yep. Actually, they did play the moves that was similar. The queen came into e2, except via a different path. You wanted to come via g4.
So to me, this is like the classic Najdorf. He broke with d5, he broke with e4, and he's got his a-pawn flying. You know, perfect Najdorf strat. I mean, you know, from a strategic point of view, you know, this is like a model game. And you've got a safe king as well.
Yeah,
that's really important. All that happens while black has a safe king, so it's like a free hit, basically. Still a long way from clarity because, you know, white is a pawn ahead here. But yeah, whose king would you prefer to have?
Yeah, let's not go there. That white king is not a happy camper, not at all. Lots of actually, let's jump to the position. I don't want to go through all of it. Boy, that back rank is so tender. The dark squares are so tender,
but very much in the balance still. You know, white is a pawn up. If the queens are traded, then you know we start to flip our assessment. Moments, you know, Abhimanyu has to be so careful. Wow, they're absolutely down to seconds. They're playing on the increments here. Let's stick with it.
Yeah, definitely. H4 was played. I was looking at king f8 with the idea of bringing the rook in, by the way.
H4 played. I mean, I guess he's just going to take that.
I think he should, yeah. It also distracts the bishop if recapture happens from this diagonal.
He played g4. I mean, that really is raising the stakes. I'm very surprised at that.
Yeah, likewise, because that now offers a new target for Wei Yi.
Do you know what? I think he was possibly concerned about Black's queen coming back to G6 and pinning diagonal. I think that was the issue, actually.
Maybe I could have negotiated that with a king slide.
Yeah, but that's on a dark square, and that's not a comfortable square.
Whoa!
I think that's how and why, basically. But okay, now we've got the pawn on H3. Then that's an extra little thing for.
It's over, Danny. He must have lost on time.
Wow.
He must have lost on time. This is just insane.
What happened? We blinked, we missed it.
Yeah.
Incredible. Well,
what?
Then absolutely fair play to Abhimanyu, because he was under massive pressure in that game.
That is just the most unfortunate way for Wei Yi to actually, you know, lose his first position potentially in a position that didn't warrant at all such collapse. And Mishra was very short on time too.
Okay, so having lost 4 games yesterday, Abhimanyu bounces back up. So that's a big win for him. Yeah, he puts himself back in contention with that win. Fantastic. Who should we go to next? Let's go to, how's Anish? We haven't checked in on Anish yet.
Correct. Bear with me, and I'm presenting to you Anish momentarily. Where is Anish? Oh, he is. Oh, it's all over, Ed Rover. Oh, wow. That is not a happy rook on F3. Something that looks like a holdable rook ending, mind you, but this F3 rook is just tragically misplaced.
No, I think it actually looks pretty bad for white to me. Center pawns, again, they're about to roll.
Yeah, but look, it just got captured.
Ah, okay.
So there was no pawn to actually, this was dead draw. Because as long as you keep the king out of E4.
Yeah, but this is a very tricky position, because now Black threatens, I mean, we're just tuning in here. Black threatens to take on H4 and deliver mate on the H file. So that's the issue.
I kind of pretended that wasn't there, but it's there, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then again, actually, is that a threat, Denny? Because I don't have to retake, right?
Then you'd go back to G2. Yeah, true.
Yeah. So can I just go here and just go like, hello, I'm good? Wow, this had to be a time scramble too, because this is just a very unfortunate blunder and a beautiful move.
Yeah,
study-like trap.
Can we go back to that position with rook D3? So
yep, certainly.
So just rook D3. Let's just show that. So rook H4, king G2, and yeah, there's no
check, and I escape here. Yeah,
should be okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to sort of get my king to somewhere funky, like F3, but it's not really possible.
Yeah, no. I mean, you can take here.
Yeah.
But then I start my checks, and that's not going to be happy.
Yeah. Not so funky for Black. Not so nice.
No. By the way,
anyway,
just to
nice finish, king E4, and that's of course improves Anish's standings. He's now just behind the leaders on 17. Just one game going. Let's go there. Mamedyarov against Tari.
Yep. And that is going to be yet another rook ending. Looks drawish, but then again, holding these drawish rook endings is an entirely different matter from evaluating them correctly.
Yeah. Okay, this doesn't look too troublesome, but yeah, as you say, when the clock is ticking, that's another matter. I mean, the problem is that, I mean, Black's king is actually in a beautiful position, and it ties White's rook to defending it, and actually, you know, it's hard for White to make progress there, because the king has to kind of circle around to D6 or something like this, but even that isn't really going to help matters. Unless you sort of get in rook F5, it doesn't feel, it feels too thin. Of course, Shaq he's trying that, of course. He wants to go rook f5, and you know, it's his only chance. But I don't believe it at all.
Yep. Check. So his plan is that if the king goes onto the e file, then we check the rook, the pawn down.
And indeed, that rook e6 is going to be a good move.
Yeah, irrespective, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, he could have done it. I guess he didn't because king d4 then. Yeah, but yeah, rook e5 was played. Do we have now a chance to do this?
That involves counting.
Yes, that does actually. Rook here, king here, take, king e7, king g5, king takes, king here, just draw.
Yeah.
Or at least the line I calculated out. Yeah, he in fact was played. Yes. Yeah.
That'll do. That'll do the job.
Yeah. By the way, there was a beautiful finish here in the Ding Liren Pragnananda game as well, where this queen is nearly trapped in the final position when Prag resigned. The only square for the queen is g3. When a marvelous motive occurs, the bishop here is spinning the pawn, allowing rook takes h6 check, picking off this knight, finishing off what looks like a strategic
actually,
sort of masterpiece with the two bishops.
Andras, it's even more than that, because after rook h6, king g8, the king steps into the line of bishop number 2.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that. So actually, sorry, we don't even need to take this. There is a far bigger free sheet to fry. At least the queen, but potentially, actually, it's mate. Check here, and then if the king goes here, it's mate.
Exactly.
So yeah, thank you for the correction there. Yeah, that was yeah, the whole thing just fell apart real big time. Shaq game is over with a draw, and I believe, Danny, that concludes the first round. And boy, that was a very exciting one.
Okay, we had lots of decisive results. Let me give you the scores on the doors. So now Wei Yi lost, but he's still in joint first with Magnus on 18, Anishigiri just behind 17, David Anton 16, Ding Liren 15, then a little bit of a gap. Prag, Hari Krishna on 12, Eric Hansen 11, and a bit of a pack on 10. So actually in the middle there, it's actually really, really tight. So it is absolutely wide open. We've still got 3 more games today. We'll have a better idea, but really it is all to play for. Let me just have a look at pairings in the next round. Carlsen against Vidit, Wei Yi against Shankland, Giri against Mishra. Well, okay, it is absolutely wide open. So just a reminder that games are played on the hour. So next round, round 10, starting in precisely 8 minutes. We will take a short break. Do join us for all the action in the next round.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this short introduction to the Roy Lopez. So the Roy Lopez is a chess opening that appears after the move e4. Black replies e5. We play knight f3. Black replies knight c6. And now bishop to b5. This is the Roy Lopez. We intend to castle next, and we are building some initiative in the center later on by playing the move c3 and hopefully d4. It's a very solid and reliable opening. It has been played by basically all the world champions throughout the history of chess. It has been around for hundreds of years, and it can definitely last you a lifetime once you learn it. So I really recommend you all to try out the Roy Lopez.
All right, welcome to the course. This is my first course here on Chessable. My name is Sam Shankland, and we are looking at lifetime repertoires, the semi-slav. So before we get into the course, I just want to briefly introduce myself. I am a grandmaster from the United States. I was the US champion in 2018. I have been well over 2,700, and I hope to be well over 2,700 again once this lockdown is over. But I wanted to show what this course is all about. So without further ado, let's get cracking. Here we have the lifetime repertoires, the semi-slav. Let's start with the introduction. introduction just to show what I'm covering. But yeah, there is video here that where I explain everything that I go over. So the semi-Slav would start with d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, and e6. Now, this course covers everything after d4 up through the semi-Slav. So basically here after d4, while white's best chance to fight for an advantage is going to be c4 on the second move. He has other variations available to him, such as the London system or the Verisov or whatever else he might dream up on a given day. And this course covers all of that stuff. Let's take a look at how this course looks. So as you'll see, I've broke this down into various chapters from early sidelines to the dreaded exchange Slav all throughout, and there's a lot of things you can study in them. So for example, I also want to mention why I did this course. Obviously, if I was said I didn't have any hope of making any money by publishing a course, I would be lying, and you would know I'd be lying, and I'm not going to insult your intelligence by making such a claim. But the bigger reason that I chose to make this course was that I wanted to study the semi-Slav. It's the same reason I wrote my books, Small Steps 1 and 2. That's because they're on a topic that I was interested in and wanted to study myself. And when you have, actual due dates and people grinding you to get stuff done, it forces you to do that work, which I think was very valuable for me. And I've been playing this repertoire myself ever since this repertoire was published. And I've won some nice games. I had a fantastic game with Anton Korobov and one with Wesley So. So for example, here in the London system, what we'll see is I have an interesting recommendation based upon playing g6 in a critical position as opposed to playing e6. It's this variation here. So starting with d4, d5, bishop f4. So most London system players nowadays have figured out that the most accurate move order is to start with bishop f4 on the second move as opposed to knight f3. And I believe that black's best move order is to respond with c5. Following e3, knight c6. This is the main line of the modern London, knight f6, knight bd2. And in general in the London system, I'm recommending queen b6 at every single moment I can, and this position is no exception. Following queen b6, there's a very interesting line after dc5, queen b2, rook b1, queen c3, bishop b5. And at this point, as I wrote, almost every game is continued with e6, which probably will equalize, but I very much like the move g6. And the point is that black wants to get his bishop to g7. And once he goes bishop g7 and castles, I think that he has a very, very healthy position, and one that can go wrong for white in the world. I mean, I don't know, maybe Hikaru's better on some day, maybe he'd be number 3, but for the most part, all part to the work I had done on this course. So again, it's sort of selfish to say, oh, I did this course for me, but while I'm taking this as to the best of my ability. So that's one spot where I got to use it in my own practice. It's a new idea that I think also did a very good job against Dvorin Kolyasevich's repertoire on modern chess. So I did my best to annotate this stuff well. As you can see, I put my money where my mouth is, and I play my analysis in my own games, even in tournaments as important as the Olympiad or the online Olympiad. As well, I'd like to point out that I also included some annotated games with the goal of using them to explain how to handle various positions. So if I were to just choose one, let's take this one here. It's kind of random, and I write things like d takes c5 as per my recommendation. If you were to click on that, you would get to the relevant variation. Following bishop takes c5, queen d8, king d8. White's pawn on e4 makes his position a bit overextended already, and he will soon face concrete problems in keeping it alive. e5 is asking for trouble. Following knight g4, bishop g5 check, king e8, castle long. Just 13 moves into the game, white is busted. After knight d7, a disaster on f2 is unstoppable. This is one annotated game. There's a whole bunch of others. My goal is to illustrate the themes to the best of my ability. In any case, that'll do it for this under the hood. I really took a lot of pride in this work on the semi-Slav, and as mentioned, I've been using it in my own practice. It's certainly been good enough for me. So thanks very much for watching, and happy studying.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow, those minutes seem to fly so quickly. I've just managed to get my refill of tea. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, Andras. I know indeed. It's the middle of the night. Are you sipping some amber nectar, or are you going for the coffee?
No. I don't drink coffee now, Danny, because I will go to bed after this. I'm actually drinking some fruit tea, so it's still tea, but no caffeine there. So. Oh. Best of both worlds, or the worst, depending on how you look at it.
No, fair play. Just laying off the caffeine for a little bit. But yeah, it's coming up to 3 a.m. in Canberra, in deepest, darkest Australia. Wow.
Yeah.
listen, just fair play. You know, you're here. And you're awake. It's good stuff. Okay.
Yeah, look, I'm proud of the fact that I'm still, you know, with 2 open eyes and semi-sensible sentences. That's the way to go. But you're definitely carrying me, Danny. So thank you for that.
Not at all. Yeah, fantastic. Listen, we've got a very exciting round coming up. We've got Carlsen against Vidit Weyi against Sam Shankland, Anish Giri against Abhimanyu Mishra. Weyi, Carlsen, and Giri, those are our top guys at the moment in the tournament. So I guess we should probably start with Magnus and see how that one goes. Remember, everyone, this is the Chessable Masters tournament being sponsored by Chessable, the online learning platform. There are fantastic courses there that are available, including Andras's many courses. And Andras was named Author of the Year in 2021. So do check out his courses. You might like to have a cast. There we go. We can see the thumbnail of one of Andras's courses.
That's actually my most recent.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
And just a little plug. If you want a wonderful opening against 1e4, then do check out my Kalashnikov as well. Of course, I'm really proud of. Which is really, I think, a very nice opening against 1e4 with the Sicilian Kalashnikov. Is that a mouse slip?
Danny, after Maggie starting with c3 yesterday, I'm not surprised by anything. I don't know. I don't know. For sure, it's an interesting opening with d3, and actually Vidit responded with c5.
Good. Okay, let's guess right now what opening we're going to head for. I was going to guess a reverse King's India, but no, we're just going to get a reversed kind of close Sicilian with f4. Yeah, it's respectable. Well, at least in English circles, this kind of opening is respectable. Nothing at all. I mean, this is just, you know, your average day at the office in an English weekend tournament. But you know, if we move a little further across continental Europe, then, you know, already eyebrows would be raised at the pawn advancing to f4. But anyway, it's basically a kind of reverse Dutch that we have on the board with bishop e2. I mean, in fact, it's not so silly for white at all.
Yeah, speaking of English players, Ginger GM likes to play like this with white.
I believe that he's actually produced a course on Chessable with bishop e2, actually.
You're correct. e4, c5, bishop e2, that course is, yes, you are right. You are right. I just caught, Danny, something very exciting. Hare Krishna Ding Liren features a variation in the Sicilian Alapin that is quite fiery with this early e6 push, which is a thematic pawn sacrifice in many openings where the idea is to force this double e pawn that then would hinder the development of the bishop and expose this king on the diagonal. Also, the e6 pawn becomes a target. So overall, it's just a cool positional idea, although, of course, we must add that the engine is not super excited about this.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't, because there are no light squared bishops, I have to say it doesn't look terrifying from Black's viewpoint. But, you know, because Black at some moments is going to be able to break pretty easily with bishop g7 and e5. And well, but I mean, that's a kind of worst case scenario. You know, after bishop g7 and castles, you know, there are even possibilities just to sacrifice the exchange on f3 and take on d4. Got to say, I would be very comfortable with Black in that position.
Yep. That is right. And indeed, Magnus is just cheeky. He just goes for it. He says, bring on Ginger GM's bishop e2. I reckon that this would be probably one of the biggest lines covered in that course because the Black piece layout is stock standard. If anything would be even more stock standard, that would be with e6 and the knight back on e7. But I think this would be a close second to the most popular piece setups for Black.
Yeah, so white is simply planning to go queen h4, f5, bishop h6, knight g5, and on with the job. And this particular plan, we have seen 93,000 times on the English weekend tournament circuit. Very often with the bishop on c4, but with the bishop on e2, it works just as well. The only thing is, in this position, black has a little push available. Black can play c4, which is actually quite annoying, just to open lines fairly quickly. That's something that, well, that's one of the drawbacks of this system, basically. Obviously with the bishop on c4, that's not even legal. But with this, as I said, this is one of the drawbacks of the line, enabling black to get a counterplay very quickly.
I seem to recall, Danny, that there was a game between Alexandrov, I think it was Alexandrov, Belarusian GM against Kasparov, that featured the c4 push, perhaps in exact same position.
Right.
And Kasparov absolutely decimated white's setup. Like, he just kept on ignoring Kasparov and went for the mate attack. And in the interim, he got hit in center queenside and got absolutely killed in hardly more than 20 moves. White was like absolutely out of contest. It was unbelievable. Instead, however, we have knight d4, which is also a thematic move. But here now we are going to witness one of the benefits of having the bishop here rather than here. And that is that it's going to slide back to d1 to give cover to the c2 pawn. Or I think at least that's what we will see.
Yep. Yeah, certainly. And this, I think it's on the board, isn't it? And and this, in as I said, it's basically a Dutch reversed, where white has got in e4 very quickly. And this is a standard plan, actually. If we flip the board and imagine a black bishop on e7, it drops back to d8. Pretty normal stuff, actually, even though it feels somewhat passive. In fact, it does hold white's position for a moment, and white is just going to continue anyway with queen h4 and f5.
f5,
yeah, it's not so bad. It's that c4 move which has, I've played these kind of positions, my whole life, as a Sicilian player with black, and it's always that c4 move in this particular variation which would concern me, and it, is a move that I look out for. So
can't we just take this, Danny, here?
In this, but I was looking at it with without the knight on c3. I was looking at it with queen h4 and then c4. So that's not. Do you see what I mean? You you sent me into another position skillfully, but the knight c3. We'd have to look somewhere else, but anyway.
I used to work as a journal for a very short while, Danny, before I moved out to Australia. So I mastered the art of taking things out of context and presenting them to my favor. See, so that works to my favor. That's 6 months spent on the other side of the camera.
Which newspaper or
it wasn't. No, it was a television. I worked for a local TV station.
Oh, okay, interesting. In Budapest.
No, in country Hungary.
Oh, okay. So which town?
It's called Szexárd. You may know it, but it's not really known for chess. So even if you did come to Hungary to visit various places, you wouldn't have come across it. Yeah. Actually, the highlight of the job was that I was a sport commentator, by the way. Basketball, which I mentioned to you before we went on air.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff.
That was really cool. So queen h4 was played as per indicated by you. And now Magnus is ready to pull the trigger with f5, bishop h6.
Okay, so how is black going to counter this? Well, let me see. Well, I mean, a traditional way of meeting this is to play e6, so that it does give black the option potentially to take on f5, but another way also it opens up the line of the queen on d8 to the queen on h4, so that sometimes black can actually trade there. But
f5
yeah,
of course is frowned upon here. Yep.
I guess after f5 I think it's legal just to take it, really.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. And then of course you have to watch out for bishop g5. But I guess that black always, as a kind of an emergency stop, can actually. I was going to suggest h6 actually.
Yep. I thought you would.
Yeah, just to give that pawn, and then you expel the queen with knight g4 or something like that. I'm not exactly sure what, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's probably maybe I'm pushing it, but anyway, he's gone bishop g4. Instead of this.
Oh, okay.
He changed his mind. So
that's weird though, because he played bishop d7 and then g4.
Exactly.
And it's not like Magnus, changed plans, so he knew all the way that this was coming.
Okay, so that's a tempo loss. And
yeah,
I think Magnus can be happy with that actually.
So do we still go f5 here, Danny? Is that the way how it's done in the English weekender circuit?
Then I suppose his idea is to take on f3 with the bishop, and then c2 hangs.
It does. But then I can get fancy and take this way.
Yes. Why do
and then be silly.
Look at that. I'm turning my nose up at that.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing you.
I'm it's that F file I want open, really.
Yeah, of course. But having said that, then it's not as silly as it may look at first, because if I get to take you and then play f4, f5 again, then at least what I'm doing optically makes some sense. I don't like this because it goes against everything that is considered holy in the English weekend circuit in this position. So I totally get you. But yeah, actually, instead Magnus went on with taking on d4. Oh, that's exciting. So now he didn't take, because then capture on c3 is going to get messy, plus a lot of pieces come off, and instead he played knight e2.
That, yeah. Oh, I think I wouldn't be too unhappy with black here.
No, it seems to me like the fewer pieces, fewer problems principle is beginning to kick in here, with another trade almost inevitable. I just think that white will not have enough pieces on the king side to make anything happen.
Yeah.
And rook c8, if I had to pick a color, it would certainly be black here.
Yep, that gets my vote too. Queen f2, he's retrenched.
Okay, perhaps queen b6.
Yeah, why not? Let's keep a little bit of pressure. I mean, I don't think that white can ever consider taking on d4 with that bishop on g7 slicing through. So, yeah, I think Vidit's this pragmatic bishop d7 and then bishop g4 actually seems to have has actually turned out very well indeed. I don't know. D4 looked a bit weird to me, but.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That was definitely a little bit unexpected for me too.
But I suppose
even bishop e3, is that a move?
I suppose the same thing, taking on f3 with the bishop. I think this is always the issue, isn't it?
Yeah, that's c2 is then bleeding out. Yeah. So what is it that made him not to go there right away? Wow, I'm trying to figure out if there was some prudence or some positional considerations between this and waiting and lurking the queen out, luring rather the queen out to h4 before playing bishop g4. But I don't think so. I think it's just he figured out on the way that it was actually better that way.
Okay, I mean, maybe there's some bizarre tempo loss going on here, because after bishop g4, it's possible for white. So queen h4. No. In the game.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe white's best is to play queen f2 cover this.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Anyway, Queen B6 was played as per predicted.
Ooh, it's funny, you know. Already, I'm looking at kind of weird tactics on the A7 G1 diagonal.
Bishop E2 played.
Yeah, that's right.
These bishops are not exactly the bishop pair that we like to have, right?
How is Magnus going to sort of free his position there? It looks very odd. The only thing is, how does black break through?
It's some funny positional equilibrium where it seems to be just too far in from black's point of view to attack into, but I also can't really move the bishops away because I need to defend them. Maybe this knight wants to read out somewhere. Not sure where.
I mean, I suppose as a first stop, we could sort of double rooks on the C file and see what happens. Yeah, he's gone. Has he gone rooks? He
has. He has. Yep.
Yeah. Well, why not? Because, you know, just saying to white, okay, that bishop on D1 is never going to move, and you never know. There could be some exchange sack a little bit later. It feels. Yeah, I think we both take black there in an instant, really.
It hasn't changed, indeed. Indeed, Queen F2 was played, so I guess Rook FC8 is a no-brainer.
He might be angling to play C4, actually. I think this might be his idea.
C4, and if I take?
Yeah, take on B6 and then take on C, something like that. I mean, it's not quite working at the moment. But I'm just wondering whether he might try to arrange that in some way.
Knight D7 came instead of what I took granted was Rook FC8, but okay, makes sense still. Actually, this seems to resonate well with what you suggested, Danny, because now if C4 ideas come, then he has got the queen covered.
Yeah, but also the bishop G7 has.
Yes, so the extended diagonal along. Yeah, so now it's definitely off the cards for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
Anish Giri, by the way, is an exchange down against Mishra, and I keep on looking at the position from the corner of my eye, and I can't decide if it was a sack or a blunder. Mind if we have a quick look?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go there. Let me take a look at their. Can we get them on cam?
Yeah, I have it on you already for you on the board. E4, knight E4. Wow, very bold pawn sack there with E4 in this Maran setup, trying to exploit the king being stuck in the middle, but that's not for long. Oh boy, this has to be some theory. I mean, look at the time. Anish is still on 1550 there. Yeah, this had to be some prep, but how good prep? I don't know, because whilst I would pick white here, mostly due to this immense power of the knight on C5, but I don't know. I mean,
I think it looks great for white.
Oh, okay. Now I'm noticing the next guy joining the party.
Okay, this is.
Yeah, this was a work of a genius.
What a fantastic bit of preparation, because as we can see, clock times, Anish has more time than he actually started the game with. Extraordinary. And Abhimanyu, it looks like he has been caught in that trap. He's down to 5 minutes, just 5 minutes on the clock. Just fantastic. Yeah. So what's the compensation? Well, we've got beautiful knight on C5, anchored there by the pawn on D4. And there's shortly we're going to see a bishop on E5, anchored by the pawn on D4. Wow. Or give me that all day long.
Yeah.
And basically black's king is in trouble, ultimately.
I have a question for you, Danny, about this, because I find it particularly curious. You mentioned here the keyword that he's still in his prep. Yeah. I wonder if this is a known line or he actually came up with the goods for himself, because if it's the latter, then you would definitely not want to blow it in a 15-minute rapid tournament, right?
You mean?
I mean, considering where Anish is in his career and what tournaments are coming up for him, you would keep a weapon like this if it was never played before. But sorry, your turn.
Well, you know, all these top guys, they're sort of working with the same engines these days. So, you know, I think that the days of those sort of big secrets where you sort of produce the killer novelty, I think we're kind of over that in a way. And if you get your chance to land a big punch, then why not? You know, in the past, you know, players did hang back more.
Yeah.
But now, if you get the chance to play something, then bang, just do it. You know, I mean, I don't know this line personally, but it looks like such a kind of dream sacrifice that, yeah, it doesn't look so involved. Do you know what I mean?
I actually did my homework, Danny, whilst we were talking.
Okay.
There was a game. There was a game that went all the way to the exchange sack, f3, bishop d2, bishop e1, bishop g3. Yeah. No, actually, sorry, I'm wrong. It trailed away after knight c5. So if we go back on my screen to knight c5, until now, this has already been played. So it's not new. And that is essentially what Anish needed to know, because from here on out, this strategic plan, which, by the way, is incredibly masterful. Like, it's just a delight to watch how this bishop that seemingly has no good diagonal, in a manner of few moves, appears to be the most powerful and potent piece on the board. Breathtaking stuff.
Yeah, and this one is a lot of fun for white to play, particularly if you've got a huge time advantage. And the nice thing about white's position is that it's hard to touch any of those pieces, really. So, you know, white can take time to build, you know, maybe pop the king in the corner. One could even contemplate a little pawn advance on the king side, considering there are 3 of them and there's only 2 at the other end. You know, I'd be looking at playing the king to h1, maybe shuffling the major pieces over, queen f2, rook, you know, rook g1, and actually just playing g4. Yeah, as you point out there with the arrows, g4, h4, and just steadily just encroaching on black's king. It looks an absolute dream position.
Yeah, like a boa constrictor style. By the way, I also want to jump very quickly, if you don't mind, to your countryman Gawain. I really like his position. And I'm excited to announce that, because I want him to score.
That's good. I want to hear some good news from Gawain. Can we go from the top, actually?
Yep. So where do you want me to go? This is Gawain's position. Do you want me even by top, you mean to the beginning?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Da capo.
Yep. There we go. No worries, sir. So it was some funky oh, it was a 5d4 Spanish, right? Okay, so this is a very aggressive, but perhaps not most dangerous. Actually, no, that's not the right word. So if black knows theory, it should be okay for black, but there are actually variations that are tricky. This is all theory. This is all theory. Yeah, I mean, David Anton is just rock solid, so to catch him off guard with anything in the opening is unlikely. But boy, and that is going for you through and through, Danny. Look at that g4. He is going the full Monty, going for that kingside attack with f4, f5. I love that stuff. I don't know, though, how necessary g5 was, because it appears to me that f4 could potentially be countered by f5.
Well, that was the move I was going to highlight as well. I mean, g4 is one thing, because, you know, in a sense, this is very thematic, very logical. You have a 4 against 3 pawn majority in the king side, and g4 kind of makes a lot of sense, because, you know, if we can advance f4, f5, then everything is very nice. You know, looks absolutely normal, very nice attack. But g5 from black, now that one, I have to say,
whoa,
that I raise my eyebrows at that move.
Yeah, it weakens both of these. Although f6 is still on the cards, to be fair. So if I could have another go with black, after f6, if I can consolidate and eventually chuck something on f4 with the support of the other knight, it's very doable. But unfortunately, in chess, you don't get to go twice. And I think this is the right measure, counter measure. And knight g6 was apparently a mistake here.
So did you have to play h6 anyway?
I do think that is the case, indeed. That's what I would do for black here.
It looks fantastically dodgy to me.
Definitely.
Really? I don't believe this at all. I mean, can we go back instead of g5?
Yep.
I mean, my first thought is to advance the f pawn, to play f5, actually.
Yeah, certainly. This is what I would do too.
So, I mean, then the critical line is to take en passant and then play f4.
Yeah.
And then, you know, is this very good or very bad? I'm not sure. You know, absolutely double-edged with white's king, you know, just for a moment very exposed. However, if white gets control, then could be okay. But
I have to play g6 just to hold this.
But it's very hard to evaluate.
Luckily, we have the engine to do it for us.
Let's go back and look at the game.
Yep, I totally agree. In the game, he dropped back to c1. Oh boy, this has gone wild. So he dropped back to c1, and now f5 is the pending threat. Rook e8, he kicked the knight, and I'm guessing f5 is more or less decisive here.
Okay,
because
so
knight c5 is impossible owing to b4, so you can't come in.
That's the point. f5, knight c5, b4. Okay, so after that, that's massive, actually. So where does the knight go? f8.
The engine says something better than f5, by the way, and so does Gawain. In fact, this is a better move. And now it's the knight that goes to f5.
Also not bad.
Yep. So if d4, I'm actually pinned, so d4 doesn't even create a threat.
Yeah.
c6 is always ugly to play because that cuts out the last square for the knight. So perhaps rook a d8, and then I'm guessing he wants knight f5. Yeah, rook a d8 played.
Looks pretty good.
Knight f5, you reckon?
Let's throw it in the pot and see what happens.
Yep.
Well, I guess, does he want to play d4?
Yeah, I would. I would.
But white has some interesting stuff here. I think there are quite a few interesting moves. I mean, one possibility here, I mean, it's a funny move, just to play bishop b2. With the idea that if the pawn advances to d3, it can just be blockaded with queen d2. I was going to play queen d2 first, actually.
Yeah. And then c4.
And then c4.
You can also swing here.
Yeah, and if we put the pawn back on d4, then if it's exchanged, then, well, you can exchange queens and play bishop c3. And I just thought in this position, white has a massive advantage because the bishop on c3 is just beautiful. The knight on f5 is beautiful. We swing the rook over, and yeah, it just feels.
It
looks fantastic for white, doesn't it?
It looks like $1 million indeed. Good call, Danny. Having said all this, I don't really see what else to do for black. Maybe c5.
Okay, let's try that one.
The engine can't stop laughing at me for this.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why, because c5 feels, well, let's just say like a very logical move to get a bit more central control.
Yeah.
We could do the same. You could. It looks a bit weird to play bishop b2 there. I don't. Yeah, not so great. Let's try something else.
Check here. Queen here, maybe with queen e5. No, that can't be right. I thought queen d3 maybe coming in here.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need to check on f5 on h6 first. Let's leave that one. Keep them guessing. Queen f3 or queen d3. I'm not quite sure which one.
Yeah, the engine likes the move. Yeah, queen f3 probably as well. Yeah, even more so.
I think it just prepares, something very simple like bishop d2 and rook e1.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Simple chess. I mean, I don't think white needs to prove anything here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's actually,
precisely.
Just an overwhelming advantage on the king side.
And in that regard, actually, Black's response was raw logical. He wanted to immediately clarify the situation and offer a trade, which was declined by knight h6. And then after king h8, now we have got queen d4 on the board.
Yep, looks very reasonable.
Good chess, good simple chess. Queen f6 is now a threat with knight takes f7 to follow.
Yep. So going looking good and nice time advantage as well. 7 minutes against 1:45, so that's good. Now, let me have a quick look. What else we got on the board?
Whoa, this has gone bananas.
Ah.
Okay, let's backpedal a little bit here, shall we? So that's where we left it off. A4 was played. A5. So now knight on c5 will be more meaningful. Rook a3, knight c5, f5. Queen c6, aiming to pick the pawn. Bishop d2, aiming to pick the pawn. Knight takes pawn c4, very cheeky, hitting the knight with the tempo. Knight b2, and here apparently this was inaccurate. Bishop f3, b5, setting the board on fire. Wow! Look at that. Did he actually have to do this though?
Do you know what? The last half dozen moves we could analyze for another 60 minutes. Let's roll with it.
Yep, I reckon. Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's more smoke than fire. Like, what if I just take c7, you take d3, and I just roll back to a5 and then blockade on d2? Isn't it just an extra piece?
Yeah, or do we just play rook takes d4 here? I think that's probably what Magnus is debating, which one to go for. I mean, I have to say, I kind of like the idea of just eliminating that pawn straight away. Unless, sorry. Yeah, no, it's possible. I was going to say queen c5, but then bishop c3 holds everything.
You won't believe it. He played f6. Wow. Because the idea is that if bishop takes, of course, e5.
Oh, this is fantastic.
This guy really knows how to play chess, it turns out. Now after... yeah, he's pretty good. I reckon he would be a tough one for a blitz match.
No, I was going to say, is he any good?
Yeah.
I don't know. So was this an over finesse? I'm not sure.
Well, let's have a look. Take. I don't think so. No. Actually, no, it was the work of a genius because now he's going to get these two. So for the cost of his f-pawn, he eliminated 2 of the d-pawns. And whilst there will be technical difficulties here because after recapturing this, I reckon he's going to park his queen on e5.
Park away. I don't think Magnus is going to be too bothered. He's a piece up and he's rock solid. So I think he's going to be a happy bunny there.
Yeah. I mean, you still need to prove how you beat that, no?
Magnus is in his element. Basically.
Oh, that is more certainly true. Yeah.
He's got a stable position and he's got the advantage. So I'm kind of chalking this one up already for Magnus. But let's see.
Okay. Yeah, it's looking like a delicious one for sure. You know what we haven't looked at yet, which could be a big battle. Our boy Wei Yi, who is now definitely on a sad end of a unnecessary loss, if we can say that. Is looking all right, I suppose, against the semi-slav expert Sam Shankland. And it was actually a semi-slav, by the way. A weird one, Queen d3, but nonetheless, this is something that Sam knows inside out. Proof to that is his absolutely stunning course on the meta. But I like white here. So as much as his course is definitely one that is very popular, here I think where he is positioned is very popular. With the blockaded IQP, black has no clear play anywhere on the board. But somehow he bounced back. So apparently bishop d4 was a mistake here. Not quite sure what was the correct way to go.
Well, Wei likes his initiative, doesn't he? So, you know, he's getting ready for some kind of initiative on the king side. I mean, it's such a double-edged position with the queen on e6.
Yeah, looking down in the barrel of this discovery here, but he's not phased. It will definitely be a tight finish with both players down to 2 minutes on the clock. And this is the position
we've got a result already, actually. We've got Hari Krishna has lost to Ding Liren, and Ding bounces up into, well, at the moment he's actually in the lead. But anyway, a good win for him. How did that happen?
Yeah, let's have a look at it. I think the exchange sack happened there that you predicted, but not on f3. I kept, yeah, so he actually sacked the exchange in another very creative way, which was that he ignored the f7 threat. In fact, invited it, if anything. And exactly what you said, picked up the d4 pawn in return for the exchange. That is just such a beautiful demonstration of mind over matter. Well done, Danny. You picked this very correctly, that this was the main idea. And now this mass of pawns that initially was meant to be the weakness creates a very important wall in the middle of the board that white can't really breach. And he just went on to convert this with apparent ease.
I love the way he just nudged his king back into the...
Yeah.
Which actually does a beautiful job of just...
Yeah, he took with the king.
Protecting the center pawns. The king is nice and snug behind the pawns. And you know, the pawns are more secure after that, actually.
Work of a genius.
Instead of the king being tucked in the corner, actually he does a fantastic job in the middle of the board.
Indeed, indeed. And yeah, he just mopped this up. I mean, he's 9 pawns up and has got no real problems whatsoever. So this was just a very convincing W by the Chinese GM. Yeah. Very clean, very clean.
To Giri against Mishra for an update there with Anish playing this very thematic exchange sacrifice, and it looks like he's getting closer. Yeah, I mean, I like the way he's done it, actually. Instead of just keeping the pawn on g2 to protect f3,
yeah,
and instead advancing the h pawn, which that's the one you want to just nudge down the board closer to the h6 square, where you know that will be absolutely decisive. And with the queen on g3 again, beautifully placed, lining up with the bishop on e5. I mean, it feels beautiful. What's the move for white? Is there an absolute killer move here?
Yeah, it's still an issue to sort out how to get the pawn to h5. Also, he actually relocated his knight from c5, by the way, to d6. So last time we saw this knight was here.
Huh. I got to...
Yep.
Go on. I mean, I was going to say a silly idea, actually playing rook h1 and king g1.
There's nothing silly about that. That's actually something I really like. That is very clever. I think, though, that when you do that, they might have bishop h5 to hold it. But I like that idea. I wanted to accomplish the same by playing queen c4, but that walks into knight e3, and that's a very ugly one. You don't want that to happen. So in order to prevent that, maybe we can go with rook e1, which also would be very conveniently placing the rook on the same file with the opponent's queen.
Yeah, rook e1 feels pretty natural.
Yeah. Okay, back to your friend Gawain. We haven't seen him for a while, and a lot has been shredded in terms of material. I'm expecting here king takes, followed by the queen entering the fray with decisive power. In fact, this is, I think, yeah, it's just over. This is how it went. Check, back, check. And this is when David Anton resigned one move before mate, which would have been a marvelous finish. Well done, Gawain. Your man scored a very important victory. I think that is going to help him to restore his self-confidence. And yeah, who knows? Maybe this is the beginning of a big comeback.
Very nice. I mean, frankly, he needs to win a couple more before he's
certainly
really back in the fray. But yeah, to start.
Another game is over, Danny, where Schach, the deadly, pulled off a nice victory on the black side of a Catalan. We saw this B6 line yesterday when Anish Giri scored a... no, actually, that was a draw. Actually, that was against Schach himself.
Yep.
And look at that beautiful exchange sack. Seems to be the theme of the round. Knight C3, Queen H5. And those black pieces look very, very active and lively. It's a joy to watch. So 2 pawns for the exchange should be good enough. And Schach managed to convert this. Yeah, now this pawn trio really, really reduces the power of the bishop on G2. And now the rook on C8 becomes another dominant factor, and the 2 white rooks are just not really happy.
Yeah, now it's okay. I have to say, earlier it really wasn't that clear. Now it's fine. But if again, something we could spend some time analyzing.
Yeah. There was a fair bit more to it than what I sort of conveyed there. I'm telling the child version of the story. The quick one, the short.
Yeah. No, I can tell you're a good journalist.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, I'm very glad I'm out of that business, by the way. But when we have got very limited time, even here with the games progressing so far, you have to weed out sometimes important details.
This one. This one is convincing. So, Gawain 1, Ding 1, Mamadjarov 1. Wei Shankland, should we go there? Let's have a quick...
Yeah, let's do that. Sure. Still in the balance. No time again. Wei struggles.
Let's stick with this one. They're both under 30 seconds. Wow.
Yeah. It looks like Wei is struggling a little bit with his time management.
Now, is Sam going to trade queens? This is a big decision. No, apparently not.
No. He said, oh, sorry, wrong board. By the way, Magnus is not, I don't know if he's converting as cleanly as we thought he would, but that's another story. So, yeah, he dodged the queen trade, but now it seems to me that D5 is becoming very difficult to hold.
So he wants to target F2. So if queen takes D5, queen D5, rook D5. Now the C5 bishop is hanging, so I assume you play B6 there.
Which is exactly what's on the board.
So now I think white has to come back with rook D2.
Yep.
Now, because white is a little bit passive there, the bishop is fantastic on C5. I mean, it looks tenable. In fact, immediately I would say there's a draw actually, just by playing rook D8 and then bringing the king to E7, which will basically force an exchange of rooks.
Correct. Played, by the way.
Yeah, it's just a draw. So I think white has to play, for example, well, I don't know, rook D3.
He played rook D5, and this is what we have on the board now.
And now bishop D5. So it's just a draw.
It is a draw indeed. This is going to end very soon.
Okay.
And I stand corrected, Danny, as always, when we seem to have different opinions, because now Magnus should mob this up in a matter of seconds. He won the D6 pawn. So what happened here, it was very curious because I saw him putting the bishop out to c4, which was a very predictable plan. And then he put pressure on these two pawns. But actually, it was the d6 pawn that fell in the end. So now he has got trouble holding d6. And in fact, he did not manage to hold it. That was the crucial moment.
Okay, so let's see what we got at the moment.
So he just took on d6, the queens came off, and this is what we have on the board now.
Well, there is a still slight technical issue because we can see that the bishop on f3 isn't the right color.
Right, the corner, yeah, for that pawn.
So, yeah, he can't trade too many pawns. You know, what odds do we have for rook and bishop against rook here? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, not. It's winning, but technical issues. I mean, I guess.
Whoa! Look at this, Danny. Maggie is bringing the goods. Check this out.
F5.
F5.
That's the move.
Wow, boy, beautiful move. So if we take this way, bishop takes here, creating a passer, which I still think that black should do. Whereas if we take this way, then the rook comes in from here, and f7 is going to be basically captured no matter what, because it's going to be either bishop d5 or pawn e6. So Vidit took the correct way, and I still think that you are right, that this is an issue. This is an issue, because I can push this pawn to h5, but it's difficult to see how I can push it beyond that.
Well, he's going
so we still need to, we need to still work on f7 as the main target. But Vidit says, not in my house, brother. I will go f6, but this looks very shady. Check here. Takes f7, rook back.
Interesting.
Okay, one more time. Check, king here. I guess I have to take, or maybe rook g7 to cut off the king.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. That's kind of fun, actually. Can we look at that?
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look. So here, take here, and rook g7. No, the engine hates me for this, but that's how the game is going. So maybe there is a move here that we missed. Is there a mate net here somehow that I'm not seeing? This king feels very, very ticklish. Vulnerable. No, bishop f3. Plain, simple. So what happens now if we take this, which is also played?
Okay, rook b6, I guess.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the decisive factor is the fact that after the check, the king cannot move forward. And once it goes back, it's just going to be a very passive piece. And the either pawn push is going to allow gaps in between the pawns that then we can exploit. So e4 was played, which of course means the bishop has to go. But once it does go, the king can then advance easily. And the bishop went back to h5 indeed. And now king f4 next. I think this is very close to resignation.
Yeah, feels very nice. And yeah, defending with basically on the increment, he's just down to 10 seconds here.
Yeah. Anish won.
Yep.
That came a little bit...
Shall we just have a quick recap of how that went?
No, yeah, that's what I was going to do out of nowhere. So after he established his stronghold on e5, and then he rerouted his queen to g3, then the knight to d6. So this is where we left it off. Okay, so now c6 is on. Yep. Oh, that is neat. He's threatening this and hits the knight at the same time. That looks like a one of those online platforms offer puzzles like this. This looks like an engine generated puzzle. This is a double attack, attacking the knight directly and indirectly the queen on a5. And yeah, Mishra blundered into it with bishop takes g7. Nice finish. Also over is the game between Tariarian against the Orden with the white win. We didn't have a look at this at all. This was a French, where white, I believe, always had the upper hand at least to some degree. With a knight on d6, that never hurts to have a knight on d6 in any opening. And yeah, he just, wow, this is already a decisive attack. So black really failed to come up with the goods here on time and just got steamrolled, really. This is not the French you would want to play if you ever want to play the French.
Yeah, when the French goes wrong, woof.
You can tell that that's very wrong.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
it's a classic octopus knight situation.
Yes, indeed. All right, so this was just a carnage there. Shanklin Way is still on, but I don't know why, because there is literally nothing left on the board to play for. So perhaps let's have a look at Pragnanand and Erik Hansen. Erik is someone we haven't spoken about today yet.
Erik is bobbling around in mid-table. He's on 11. He's in currently 9th position. So, you know, he's on the edge of the cut. So he's still in with a shout. And Prag currently, just a little bit above him. So an important game for both players, actually. Are we winding down to a draw here?
I believe so.
So how exactly?
I believe so, but I don't know how.
This involves counting, which... Ooh!
And I think Erik just slipped with 95, did he? That was an
C6.
Yeah, C6 is the move, and after knight takes, I reckon it's
King
king
F6
here, and then now we are
out.
shielding the pawn.
Yeah,
I think, Danny, the correct move here was to take, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Because,
take on C5.
Because then if the king goes here, we check the pawn down here. If the king goes here, then we have this move with the check.
But the crucial move is King F6.
Indeed,
but in that you play King D6.
Just go back and then here. Yeah. But he did this the wrong way in the time pressure, and now he's paying the price.
That's a shocker.
Oh boy, that is gonna sting. That is gonna sting.
But that's a big win for Prague.
Yeah, I mean, any king move is good, but King E7 is the cleanest. King F5 is also very good, keeping the king two squares diagonal from the knight, so that no checks. Oh boy, Erik will be so upset about that. He's not even on screen from what I can see now. He just disappeared. That his webcam is not recording anybody in the in the room. I mean, no wonder he just threw away actually the upper hand of a draw.
So this was a bloody round. We have all decisive results so far, but let's go to Sam. That's the only game going.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Where his time is down, so I don't know if we don't have a score here or... Yeah, I'm confused. The position definitely warrants a draw. The clock indicates a loss. I don't know.
Okay, hopefully we don't have a disconnection issue there.
That's a very good guess. That's the only thing I can think of. Mind you, I also have no idea why they would even play this far out, right? Like this should have been agreed upon as a draw like 7 years ago. But I respect the players, of course, for playing it out for us, the viewers. But yeah, this is an odd story. Do we have a visual of these players? Yep. Right, so our lovely producer is informing us now that there is a system error there, but it was actually a draw. So that's good news, because indeed a disconnect would have been an unpleasant situation. So that actually concludes round 10. Danny,
so let me give you the scores. So at the top, we have Magnus Carlsen with 21 points in second place. Anish Giri, 20 points. In third position, Wei Yi Ding Liren on 18. David Anton on, Wei Yi has 19. Ding Liren 18, David Anton 16. you can see it's still very tight in mid-table. If we look at positions, let's say 7 down to 13, 14, 15, there's not a lot of points separating those players. So remember, it's the top 8 that go through. The top 8 will make the cut. So still all to play for. We still have 2 more games to be played today. So do join us at the top of the hour. We're just 6 minutes away. We'll take a very short break so we can refill our mugs of tea, but we will see you in around about 5 minutes' time.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess. Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
We are crashing into round 11 of the Chessable Masters. We already have moves on the board. I'm going to allow my co-commentator, Andras Toth, to tell me what is happening already. Where do you want to go to, Andras?
I tell you where I want to go. I want to go to Gawain because Gawain is a King's Indian guru. I am a King's Indian player myself. I have always been, and additionally to that, we have got this very cheeky bishop e2 h4 variation, which I always receive happily on the black side of the King's Indian, because usually I do exactly what Gawain is doing against it, and that is to transition into some kind of a Benoni where these bishop e2 h2 attacks are not exactly feared or considered to be particularly dangerous. So that is definitely an exciting game to keep an eye out for. Vidit has got a very weird Sicilian. These odd queen moves have become the new trend. I mean, recently I have read articles and heard videos about the amazing number of moves that have been played on top-level chess against the Najdorf, and I think we are nearing the 15. And Queen d3 is definitely something that Bobby Fischer would have loved it in the 70s, but here we go. Everything is possible these days.
Yeah, absolute rubbish. I'm just going to put it out there straight away.
I wanted to say it myself, Danny, but you taught me some humility recently, so I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative in my judgments. But yeah, that I would be definitely, especially as a white e4 player who I very keenly play Sicilians with white. If I had to play this, I would be like, nah, not happening.
And as soon as he's played knight d7, and that, you know, basically, I look at queen d3 after knight d7 and think, well, the queen shouldn't be on d3. It's going to have to go somewhere else. So why put it there in the first place? And there you go.
It reminds me, Danny, a very, very funny story that I heard several times here in Australia, where we, of course, have got our national treasure, Ian Rogers,
yes.
the most successful grandmaster in Australia's history. And we also have another grandmaster, Daryl Johansson, who also, by the way, played a lot in Europe back in the 80s and the 90s. Now, what is less known about these two lovely gentlemen is that their chess style is dramatically different. Daryl is a very fine positional player who really likes to play slow openings, the English D4 openings, and plays very positionally, whereas Ian is a sharp tactician who never shies away from any skirmish whatsoever. Long story short, they are playing a simultaneous where they are actually alternating in circles. So Daryl does a full circle, Ian does a full circle. And exactly what happened was that Daryl played a move, I don't know what it was, but for argument's sake, imagine he played queen d3, only to find out in the next round when he went back that Ian's next move was to put the queen back on d1. And apparently it happened several times during that simultaneous that they took back each other's moves. Not exactly a good policy to follow when you want to win games in a simultaneous, by the way.
Very nice. Of course. I played against Ian and Daryl on several occasions, and yeah, that's an interesting one. I can and they're good friends as well. So I can imagine they had a lot of fun.
Yeah, they would have had a healthy banter afterwards.
I just want to mention, going back to the game between Ding Liren and Gawain Jones, that Gawain's second course on the King's Indian, I think, has just been released. So, well, Ding is putting him to the test in this game. And it's such an interesting position, actually, with this H-pawn advance. It's gone all the way to H6.
Yep. And it's noteworthy to stop here for a second and reflect on the retake. So he taking back with the C would allow those traditional Benoni structures I mentioned before, where everything just went wrong for white. But with ED, white keeps a firm hand, or rather the whole position remains very firmly in white's control, in particular as far as the b5 counterplay is concerned. And although the e file is open, there is not an awful lot black can do there other than creating that pin. And the space advantage for white is going to be now guaranteed forever. In the 50s and the 60s, actually a fair few Soviet grandmasters, Polugaevsky, one of them was most notable, played actually a lot of these E takes D5 versions of the Benoni with great success. And this reminds me of that kind of mentality a great deal. But those games obviously did not feature the very early pawn push all the way up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued by this one because both sides playing very quickly, and they're obviously kind of confident about the systems that they're playing. So this is a fine battle. Notice that bishop on h8 is looking at the rook on a1. However, Ding's now played. He's now moved it. I was going to say it wasn't going to give itself up anyway. It's just one of those, funny things. But that long diagonal is going to feature in this game because white will want to exchange bishops with bishop c3 at some moment, and with that pawn on h6, then it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Ding will be looking to play queen c2 and then bishop c3, and let's see. I imagine the king will just nudge to f1 at some moment.
Yep.
So it's a fun position, actually. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a juicy one to follow for sure. Another one that can get quite exciting, and actually I would like to now plug my own story a little bit, is this semi-Tarash that is a very topical and popular opening on the elite level. And right now I am just writing the last chapter of my Queen's Indian line for my D4 beginner course, which actually features an identical pawn structure with the additional bishops on B2 and E7. And here in these structures, this D5 break is incredibly commonplace, with the idea that when they take, we don't take back, but actually push past. And then we play knight d4, knight f5, and try to create a very dangerous attack. Magnus Carlsen scored an absolutely beautiful victory against Anish Giri a year or two ago in an almost identical position, where something like knight c5, knight d4 happened. The rook wasn't on e1 because after knight e4, Magnus dropped back to e1, kicked the knight with f3, and eventually started a kingside attack that broke through a beautiful textbook game there. And I have a feeling that we are headed for something similar in terms of plans and strategies here in this Shak Pragnananda game.
It's interesting that, Shak is basically moving instantly.
Yeah, look at that, 17 minutes. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if, again, we followed here theory, by the way. So much so that now I'm going to pull another cheeky, and I'm going to check on these gentlemen.
Well, I want to play
yes.
I want to play knight f5 here for white.
So just for historical reference, up to d5, we've had Dingler and Duda, Navarre against Wesley So, Sevian against Dominguez, David Anton against Bindrich, and the list goes on. So this is still heavy theory. However, knight d4 was the new move. Knight d4 is the new move. Previously in that position, only the 2 recaptures were played.
Okay. So
and by the way, I also want to just quickly show that after takes on e4, I believe that this followed by this and this is just all kinds of aggro. So that is the point of this operation by Schach. That being said, f3 is a little bit lackluster for my liking. That is not a move that would make us excited. Danny, what do you say?
I can honestly say I wouldn't consider the move in that position. I'm really surprised. I mean, I was just mentioning knight f5, but f3 particularly, when it opens up your own king a little bit.
I tell you, I will attempt an explanation, Danny. I think after knight f5, black might have takes. No, because of knight d6, right?
Yeah, or bishop. I was going to say bishop f7 and knight d6. I think it's terminal. Actually.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm still thinking about why we needed to reinforce the. Oh, actually, hang on. Can I take with the? Nah, because then rook takes, pawn takes, queen takes.
Yep.
Okay, I have absolutely no idea.
Well, he played it pretty quickly.
I honestly have no clue. The engine reckons it's of same value, by the way.
Okay, so let's have a look at. Let's play the obvious move. Well, let's play d takes e4 and see if we can find something nice for white there. I mean,
yeah, you would think that there is something with the d file and all that, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
The acid test.
Yeah, maybe I can get cute with something like knight b5.
Right, and so knight b5, rook takes, queen takes d7, and then b7 and f7 are hanging. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't instantly see a move there.
This could be an idea. This could be an idea. The time discrepancy is shocking. 17 minutes against 7 minutes.
I'm looking at bishop c6 there. Just to hold everything.
Can't I take this then?
And knight a7. That's an irritant.
I like that one. I take that as a compliment.
No, please do. It's just when I'm looking at the knight going the other way, it heads left field, and actually just it's a disturbing move. Yeah, that's not what I intended at all.
Yeah,
very interesting. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, indeed.
So okay, black. I mean, but I'm not that worried about white taking on d5 anyway. So let's move our queen out instead. Can we play? I'm not quite sure where. Then of course there's a slight back rank issue. Then white could possibly just take on d5.
Well, I'm covering back rank, I think.
Sure, but okay, I'll play e takes d5 anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's have a look. I can see the engine isn't impressed.
Yeah, okay, so I take this. I'm assuming you want to take with the rook.
Yep.
And I have no idea what's wrong with this, but I will just be the devil's advocate and take this.
Okay. No, fair enough. If it's legal, it's legal. Yeah. then queen f6. Yeah, seems okay. Can we head? I mean, it seems okay for black.
Wait, move has been made though. Let's just have a quick look. So g6 was played and then knight c2. Now I'm really not sure what to make of this. because at first sight it looks ugly as sin, but upon second observation, there's a very annoying pin here. And if I just get another move, I will be a happy camper. Danny, I'm very excited to check your boy Gawain. Let's leave this for the time being.
Yes, please.
Because, boy, these gentlemen set the board on fire. Let's go back here a little bit. So, Rook C1 was played, Knight F3 was played, Knight E5, threatening check, Knight G5, ignoring the threat, but introducing Knight E4, check, Rook, oh, Knight B2, and apparently it's losing. Okay, so we went Queen C2, Rook E2 exchange sack, Bishop F5, quite promising, quite promising.
Yeah, I was
when you
say,
play these,
losing is a strong word.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was about to say that when you see these moves and you don't see the bar like I do, you would not want to say that this is winning for white. I wouldn't.
So, okay, we're basically just saying that Ding is taking the material and he's going to get away with it.
Well, he already has taken some, and B2 Knight is, I don't know how that's going to get out of this deadly trap.
So it's a question of timing. If white has time to play Bishop C3, then it's game over on the long diagonal, basically.
Yep, that's what it appears to be.
As you mentioned.
Yeah. Very interesting game.
Yeah, seems good enough. I mean, maybe, you know, Gawain simply underestimated this just kind of mechanical defense of the knight.
So apparently the mistake was made here when he should have taken this. And when they take E4, it looks like, as you would say, Danny, it's legal to take this.
It looks barely legal to me.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Again, it's a question of timing. You know, I want to play the queen to, let's say, C2 and Bishop C3, but Queen C2 is met by Knight B4, which gives...
I think in this one, Danny, that was my devilish plan to rain on your party. Because that E4 Knight is a delicious customer, so I would want to be rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely, fair enough. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very unfortunate by Gawain. I think he was hoping that this Bishop F5 would have a far greater oomph than what it ended up doing.
Do we have more moves?
Yep, we do. And he just dropped back to D8 now. I suppose the idea is that if Bishop C3, then he's trying to fish in the murky waters with Queen G5. But I might be talking absolute nonsense there. I don't know.
Well.
Oh, no. Bishop C3 is not playable because we can take and take.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, let's have a little think, because Bishop C3, you know, does allow this counterplay with Queen G5. And at the moment, Queen G5 is not on. So let's just have a little think here.
They played this.
Right. Okay, that feels more solid, doesn't it?
Very much so indeed.
So with the idea of being able potentially just to nudge the king out of the way.
Yes, I would say so.
And then black even has to be careful about the back rank.
So
you could say that in this position, well, either king F2 or king F1 is a threat. Possibly king F1, just to step out of a potential check on D4. King F1 might be the move here.
Yeah, very clean play. Very clean play.
So maybe Gawain's best chance is just to take on E4 there before something nasty happens. But then again, yeah, feels okay. Is this on the board or is this?
No, it's me.
It's just speculation. Okay.
Yeah, this is on the board.
Yeah, but queen f6 could be the best chance.
I believe so. By the way, the Mamedyarov game is actually headed back to that kingside attack pattern that I was mentioning. So the knight is a beautiful blockader on d4. The pawns managed to cross the Rubicon River like Caesar did back in the day. And it looks like it is a kingside attack of a very dangerous magnitude. Note the passivity of the black minor pieces, by the way. In particular, the bishop on b7 is a sad, sad customer.
I think Shaq has what he wants.
Yes, and look at the clock, Danny. 15 minutes against 2.
Alia jacta est.
Oh, indeed.
Alia Shakta est. So I'm sorry. Bad pun intended.
No such thing as a bad pun.
that was that was pretty low on the scale, but anyway.
No, it's all good.
Queen g4. Okay, this is fishing. It looks really nice for white, doesn't it?
I can't go there because f4.
Maybe queen f2 first.
Yep.
Just to play so that actually white can simply just play h3 and just say, okay, go away, queen.
Yeah,
it looks like actually, a lot of fun for white.
Yeah, after queen f2, I would consider this because sometimes I might want to keep the h3 square for the rook. Because on a rainy day, I might be able to pull that off. Although that is beyond optimistic, I understand, but I'm known for being an optimist. But I certainly love your queen f2 idea. It is just quietly improving the position.
Okay, let's go to, where should we go to next? Anton against Carlsen. We haven't dipped in on that one.
That looked a bit stylish to me. A slight positional edge for white due to the isolated pawn. What opening was this? Oh, you like this one, Danny, don't you?
I do.
Some Rosolimo strategy again.
Very much.
C3.
Well, once black plays e5, then white's task is to blow the position open with d4. So that's why there's this, hesitating with d3 and then c3 and d4. But Magnus, in some ways, is playing very committal strategy with e5. I mean, normal is to go knight e7 to g6.
E7, that's right. Yeah, knight e7 is the stock standard operation here.
Let's go to where we've got in the game, because
yep.
I'm just wondering if white does have a little something there. Let's see.
Probably not enough.
Let's start with knight c4.
He actually played knight h4.
Okay, so he's maybe looking to swing the queen. I mean, I would take white.
Oh, certainly, there is no question about that. I would too. It's so much easier to play. The knight drops back to e3. There is a tender square on f5, another one on d5. It's definitely Magnus who needs to prove that he's in no trouble here.
Yeah, and and this is trouble.
Yeah, in positional sense, at least, for sure. And this is where I dislike the engine, because the engine tells you that it's absolutely dead even, and I can name 5 things in this position that is better for white. And the fact that it's equalizable despite all those things is a different story, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
C4. Okay, so very committal.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things going on here. I'm noting a pin on the C file, so I'm noting that the white has the option to either play b3 or b4. I'm also thinking, well, maybe I preface that by playing a4, just to shut the knight out of a4. And I'll keep in mind this idea of playing a4 and then b4. And we can also obviously switch back to the usual stuff with putting a knight on f5. a4 I kind of like, actually.
I would be my only problem with this, Danny, is that don't we get fixed on this wide square that then may or may not become some kind of a target?
But that's my point. I didn't want to allow the knight coming potentially into a4. So yeah, now I wanted to go b3 actually. Oh, engine doesn't like it. Do you know why? It might be possible somewhere. It might be possible you can't take on b3 and no, you can't give the queen.
No, I don't think so. But
too much. All right, tactically,
it's not that.
It's not great.
Something else is on, but
okay. Listen, let's go back.
I'm
riffing, but I'm sensing that White has an opportunity here. Okay, let's do something about the knights. So let's just play knight h to f5. And just throw that one in the pot.
I like this. I absolutely like this for White. Easier to play. Yeah, all the benefits are there. By the way, Danny, I just looked it up for us. So a4, a5, b3 failed to queen b7, which creates chaos here and hits the pawn at the same time.
Hits the pawn on e4. That's the one. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's the Achilles heel of the position in that particular case, at least.
Yeah, and I mean, knight f5 just looks sensible, doesn't it? Because, Black has to keep on his toes here because, of course, moves like queen b7 suddenly get hit by a knight fork on d6. White has lots of ways to improve the position. I mean, my next move with White, I want to play h4, h5, basically.
Yep. And also rook d1 is looking quite appealing with actually introducing the d6 ideas both ways.
Well, Magnus, clock times.
Yeah. Now that could be a problem. That could be certainly a problem.
4 minutes against Magnus's, just under 8 minutes.
Yeah.
It's gone knight f5 and he's answered it with king h7. All right, that's very sensible.
Yeah.
Just to expel the knight with g6. Right, what have we got? Yeah, so h4 can be met by g6. Oh, you want to play rook d1? Okay, I mean, I was going to meet that with rook d8 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be honest, Danny, I don't think that, I have got anything tangible here that I would say that, and White is better. As in, White is better that I can attach a plan to it that would prove it. So, like, I played rook d1 to meet g6 with knight d6, but I didn't really have an awful lot beyond that.
Yeah.
So rook d8 is just a very sensible, very logical move.
Oh, he's gone queen a3. How interesting.
Same idea, I suppose. I actually wanted to play queen b4 after the mentioned rook d1, rook d8 insertion, but without it is also playable.
Queen a3 looks like the right move, doesn't it?
Because it creates a pin. And Magnus went rook d8, ignoring all this.
Okay, but it's so interesting how, in a position which, positionally, I think looked a little bit dubious for Black. Suddenly, with a couple of moves, Magnus seems to have kind of corrected things. He's now got his rook on an open file. His king is better. Potentially has the idea to play g6 to get rid of that knight. And somehow he's back in the game. And, there are even some dynamic chances there. With maybe, I mean, it's not, there's a pin on the c file, but I'm noting that rook d3 might be a possibility at some point, and rook d2.
Yeah, Magnus is a master of, Captain Obvious, of understanding these positional subtleties and evaluating them very accurately. So I think he had a very, very good grasp of how bad it really was to have that c isolated pawn, and it seems to me that he evaluated the consequences perfectly well. Your h3, by the way, was played by Schach, who is, according to the engine, absolutely killing it. So bishop a4 was played, rook e7 was played, h3 was played.
But I wanted to play queen. I wanted to play queen f2 first to prevent queen g3. That was my point.
Turns out it needed to be invited.
Yeah. Okay. So why is this so brilliant? Is he just going to break with e6? Is this the issue?
Either that, or I can take this and then play f5.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm wondering which way round to do it, actually. I mean, both look very tempting. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at stuff like e6 take on d7 and then recapture on e6 with the rook, and just to, you know, send white's pieces in that direction. But yeah, f5 also extreme, taking on d7 and f5 your way, very, very tempting. Also breaking with e6 or f6.
Yeah. I wonder if after e6 I had knight f6.
Okay.
In an attempt to clog you up here.
Could be. Well, in that case, I'll just take on d7 first and then go e6.
Fair.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
but both look very, you know, taking on. Yeah. Okay. He's done f5. Very, very attractive for white. Yeah. Looks really good.
Yeah. The engine already claims that this is all over Red Rover. This was masterfully played by Schach. Like, this is exactly what I told you, that this is the strategy that he played here to perfection here. Gawain is still kicking. He sacrificed another exchange, so this is this very curious piece distribution that you don't get to see too often, where one side is 2 exchanges down. But sometimes that creates very strange dynamics, because if the rooks are passive, then sometimes it feels a lot closer than what it actually is. Like, for example, if I look at this position now, I would not think that it's like, what, +6, 7, whatever the engine is saying. It doesn't look that bad to me.
Yeah, but you know, we've unfortunately our eye is drawn to the eval bars. It's just kind of inevitable, and we can see it looks great for white. But yeah, in practice, there's a king floaty on f1. Hang on, you know that we've got an octopus on d3. Whoa, I would be a bit scared.
Yeah, me too. I mean, like, you know, especially as a King's Indian player who often ends up in messy situations where you have to sack material for some shady compensation, I would be like, this is not looking too bad. And I look at the computer's evaluation and it tells me that it's time to put the pieces back in the box. Yeah, but luckily, we are not playing against the computers. So,
I mean, I'm looking at this, you know, with a cold eye and maybe just thinking, well, if white just plays rook e2 and if queen f6, then the king is just going to sit on g1. And actually, I'm thinking, well, how does black actually get anywhere in that position? It's okay. You're going to try, of course, like that. Okay, that's what you're seeing. But I'm looking at the e file and thinking, you know, is there some way to go here? I don't know. If I play, how do I cover the back rank?
Not so easy, actually.
Maybe I've messed up already. Yeah. Oh, well, okay, I'll go. Queen d1, you've got bishop g4. Is that legal? Barely legal.
Oh, yeah, because after queen d3, it's back rank mate. Wow.
Yeah, okay. Still not so clear. All right.
No.
Yeah, not simple at all.
Still kicking. What I was going to tell you, Danny, is that, well, I don't need to tell you that, but probably to the audience, that when one is 2 exchanges up, it's quite common practice to give one back. Now, I don't know if this is a good idea here.
That could be the simplest. Do you know what? I didn't even count the material. So if I had, I'd have damn right, I want to get rid of one of those minor pieces. And yeah, if we can do that, then absolutely.
And then that clarifies the situation and sort of extinguishes this quite vicious piece activity. And I think that this is exactly what's happening in the game. What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Look at that.
That's just sensible. That's just sensible. Yeah.
It's just super simple.
Yeah. Good stuff. I think Ding is, he should be cruising there. And I think one real issue there is that basically, the only potential asset that Black has there is to advance that e pawn, but then suddenly the long diagonal opens and a little move like Queen C3 after e4, Queen C3 will be an upsetter. Is Queen A5 legal straight away? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I'm looking to just go caveman and trade and claim victory, but
fair enough.
I don't know how necessary that is, but that seems to be the cleanest to me at the moment.
But why not? Yeah, good move. Okay, what else we got? Let's go to who else is in contention. What about Anish? Let's go to Anish. Now, who's he playing?
By the way, the Mishra Aryan Tariq game is absolute chaos, but I'm happy for you to go to Anish first, and then we'll visit the youngsters later on. Anish is playing against Sam Shankland in a rather one-sided, I would say, in terms of White is playing for 2 results here, as far as I can tell. Hanging pawns structure where obviously a lot has been traded off, and as a result of that, Black is slightly on the back foot. They have to be. Ever so slightly.
I mean, the issue with hanging pawns is what happens when they advance. And so, Black is going to be looking to play the pawn to d4, and that's going to provide the counterplay. And it can, the rook I've just seen the rook has just gone to Queen A5, Rook C8. Yeah, and again, I was going to punt with D4. That's not on the cards now, considering the pin on the C file. But it's whether the other one comes as well, C4. I have to say I wouldn't be so pessimistic.
I'm not. If I had to put money on the result, I would put my money on draw. All I'm saying is it's easier to play with White.
Yeah, could be. It's the Queen on A5 is nibbling nicely. But I don't know. Maybe because I'm comfortable with playing those kind of hanging pawn positions. I feel Anish should be okay there. I like the king side. The Black's king side is very stable.
Yeah, that is a good
sit on G7, and those pawns are good.
So he's with you on that one.
He's probably okay. Where should we turn to next? Because
check this out, Danny. This is what the chess definition of chaos is in most chess dictionaries and books. I have no idea what opening even this was. It's a Caro-Kann advance, knight d2, which I believe bears the name of your compatriot Nigel Short. Am I right there?
Well, Nigel played I would say that's
the knight f3, bishop e2.
Exactly. And so it's a little bit different. But it's fascinating how the advanced has become the battleground of the day, and so many different ways for White to play it.
In fact, he writes about that in his book, Winning.
So who writes about that?
Short.
Oh, Nigel does. Okay.
Yeah. Very, very fascinating. Read that book, by the way. I even reviewed it on my YouTube channel because I really found that was a very unique, definitely unique book in the sense that he writes down a lot of things that I think most authors would prefer not to put in writing. He's a funny dude. Anyway, so piece sack. And I have no idea what's going on. I'm not even close. H2 is hanging, of course, so we ignore it. That's how we roll in the 21st century chess. So now Black has 3 pawns, but more importantly, the piece activity and the coordination. Like, it feels to me that the 3 Black pieces are better coordinated than the 4 White ones. Especially now. Boy. Look at the clock, by the way. That's also a concern for Mishra. And I'm approaching now, I think, the game. In fact, now I'm going to just get right to the game position, which is this, with extremely limited time for the young American. But it's not so bad on the board now, right?
You mean for white?
Yeah, I thought it looked worse than this.
Which color would you prefer to play?
Yeah, definitely black. Definitely black.
Having, I mean, you know, we don't know what was going on earlier, but having been parachuted into this position, we're going to take black every time, aren't we?
Yeah, and I think a blunderino was played here with queen e3, but according to the engine, yeah, if rook d3 comes in and this pawn's way is cleared, whoa.
By the way, the other threat is rook takes d2 and e3 check.
Which has been played, by the way.
Okay, so it's game over.
Yeah, so Paul Mishra went knight h3 and rook takes d2 just mops up. Ouch.
Let's just show that. So if queen takes d2.
Yep. So queen takes d2 allows the marvelous discovered check. The queen is hitting the king. The queen is under attack by the pawn. I have to deal with the check. And that means that the queen is a goner. So that's gonna be that game there. So Mishra had to ignore the rook on d2, which means that now black is no longer a piece down.
Let's go back to David Anton against Magnus Carlsen. We sort of left that with the game very much in the balance.
I think it's just about to become a draw by perpetual check.
There we go.
So how did that occur? Yeah, that is already a draw there. So we saw queen a3. We didn't see rook d1, and then the trading began, and everything just came off. There is your h4, by the way. So well spotted, Danny. That's a very thematic move in these structures. Queen a3 announcing queen e7 threat. And now he wants to go in there, and then there, and then there. And that's what he does. Yeah. And it's already over.
Okay, that looked like quite a correct game, actually, unusually for this format.
Yes. It felt like a very clean game where I would assume that the centi-pawn loss ratio is very limited. Actually, no, let's not do this. Let's just jump right into the middle. Oh, yeah, we did see the exchange sack back, and now Gawain tried his last chance to fish in these murky-ish waters, but they are nowhere near murky enough for black to find anything meaningful here, and it's actually going to be the black king getting caught in the crossfire. Ouch! Very, very nice play by Dinglier, and his level of aggression and desire to really break his opponents in every single game is very impressive. Very, very impressive.
So
let's have a look at...
Yeah, just very quickly, just with that, Ding is now in second position, and he's looking very healthy for qualification. There is a bit of a gap opening up between, let's say, the top 3 or 4 places and the rest of the pack. So yeah, well, we've still got one more game after this today. Let's see.
How do we win this, Danny? What's the knockout blow here? Is 96 gonna be a thing at one point? By which I mean now.
Okay, just put it on the board and let's see what happens.
Let's make me a laughing stock, which we immediately accomplished because
okay, how's rook c2 here?
Oh, look at you go! That's illegal, Danny. You're not allowed to do those things. That's nasty. That is outright nasty.
Well, it's only a draw.
Yeah, but
hang on. I'm not sure it's even a draw. Let me check that. that went by very quickly, because now you play knight takes queen.
Oh, that's right. You don't have a discovery because I will just take you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, it didn't. Rook c2 was nonsense actually.
Yeah, but I bought it, so it was a perfect success.
Yeah, it worked in that sense. Okay, so what's the move?
Just take and take this. Is that holdable? Yes.
Yeah, and then rook c2. Then
yeah. Actually,
then
you're
rook
right.
c2.
Yeah. That bruises now.
I got it eventually.
Yep. And instead, what happened was, because now we are going to the finish line here. So he played h4, which I think he did, by the way, to create a square for the king on h3 before he did the penetration. So he did this against the rook c2 counter punches, and now it's just that's cruelty. That is actually playing on the same motif that I demonstrated in the Mishra game, and that is that after rook takes rook here, we have got a discovered check hitting the king and the queen, and if the queen blocks the check, then it becomes pinned to the king and thus not defending the f8 rook anymore. This is total carnage, and actually, just to add insult to injury, after this rook h8 is the most stylish win for white when king takes, pins the queen for the second time, allowing a new queen to enter the fray. And that just wins, whereas if queen takes, then we trade the queen, and then I get a new queen. Instead in the game, yeah, that was a neat tactic, wasn't it? Instead in the game, Prague gave up the queen, but now with the f6 pawn staying on, this is going to be not holdable. Rook f7, and then he can either pick off this and just run in, or
I think picking the pawn is
I was looking to get to do a Nigel short by bringing the king in here, which is doable. But even after that, I don't see a direct threat.
Yeah. Anyway,
actually, no, I do. I will show you this. I do. So if we put the king back onto h6, then we have check and then check, and we took away the g7 square from the king.
Very nice.
So it does have actually a valid point behind it. Of course, I was passing that to and fro with the bishop meaninglessly, but I didn't mean to hang the queen. I was just modeling the point.
I'm with you.
No, I didn't explain that to you, but more to the audience. I know that you got that. Yeah, Mishra lost. Wow. Jordan is a piece down against Niels Grandelius. We haven't had a look at that. And Vidit is a pawn up in what appears to me to be a winning rook ending at first sight, but I may have misjudged this. But the Tarash rook, the rook supporting the pass pawn from behind, according to the German master, is the key to victory in these rook endings. And I think that this time round, I got this right, that this endgame is all over. Generally, what tends to happen is that it fizzles into a pawn ending, like c7, king d6, king up, and whilst black is trying to eliminate the passer on that side, white mops up the rest.
Okay, well, that's significant because, Wei loses a second game. So he falls behind now. He did start the day right at the top, so he's not in danger yet, but he'll be disappointed with that one, of course.
Yeah, and we have another game finished, by the way, which was Erik Hansen losing to Hare Krishna. We haven't had a chance to look at this at all, so very, very quickly, I'm going to blitz through the opening, but you can already see that black has got beautiful fluid play on the king's side with this f5 break. The bishop is going to be an uncontested monster because white traded his light squared bishop. So strategically speaking, this looks to me like $1 million. And Vidit just builds the attack beautifully. Plain, simple, yet super effective chess. Doubling on the F file. Oh boy. This is textbook. Yeah, okay. This was just carnage. Which leaves us with not a lot left, actually. So let's have a look at...
One game remaining. We got Jordan van Foreest against Niels Grandelius.
And what's happening here? Well, not a lot, is it? Like d5 is just dropping out of the sky.
I don't think there are any technical issues at all. If we just take on d5.
Yeah, they keep maybe king in is his last.
But okay, it doesn't matter at all. Take on b3. And then king b6, you just come back to d5. Bishop d5.
Yeah.
Game over. I mean, it's totally resignable. Does he want to play for stalemate tricks? Or is he going to self-mate?
I didn't see either of them, to be honest with you. But okay, so this is the position on the board now.
No, it's that. I mean, that's just a mere fantasy. If I could construct a self stalemate, one could, but it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, like you would want to hide your king here with a pawn up here, and then somehow take these two squares away from yourself with the black king on b7, perhaps. But yeah, that is definitely the fairy chess genre.
Yeah, it's even difficult to get rid of the dark square bishop. So
yeah,
I think
yeah.
Time to call it a day.
Yeah, he's still in it. Bishop d7. Let's hope he doesn't go there. That would be an abrupt finish. But yeah, I mean, this pawn is hanging. It needs to advance. Yeah, it does advance. And now all we need is the black king to be on c4. And he is indeed en route. Tuk, 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 tuk. That's where he's headed.
Yeah, interesting that, I mean, Jordan is still playing this one on.
Actually, do you know what, Danny, what I think he's thinking in his head? He wants to either keep the white king on either of these squares and keep the pawn protected by the bishop, preferably from as far away as possible to avoid knight forks. And then how do you over-attack it?
Well, I put the king on c4, I play knight c6 check. Boom.
Yes, that's it. So that's why I am voting for this one.
Okay.
When you would need to give me a check here or here, but also your king needs to be on either of these squares, which I'm not saying is not possible to do, but it's longer.
Yeah.
Look, I totally agree with you that this is a lost cause. I'm just trying to justify why he's still in the game.
Sure. Yeah. I think it's doable, however.
And I don't think I managed to justify it, but yeah, I provided an idea of some kind.
Yeah,
also,
actually, the knight
short
coming
on
to
time.
Knight coming to d3 is a good move. That actually restricts white's options quite a bit.
Yes, the king can no longer, become a factor on c5. So
yeah, nice move here is bishop e8 followed by king d7 actually.
Yeah, and then we finally begin our march towards victory.
Bishop king b6. Yeah, king d7 anyway. Yeah, it works.
I mean, you might have to use the white squares predominantly, but you will definitely get there.
Yeah, it looks.
You will 100% get there.
Okay, so we are. Yeah, let me just take a look at the standings because. Like I said, the top guys are kind of pulling away nicely. So Carlsen, Ding, Geary, Wei Yi looking pretty good in the top 4 spots. Still very open in the kind of mid-table battle. You know, a lot of players still in contention. Great to see Pragnananda still on 15 points. You know, he's still in the top half. You know, I would very much like to see him qualify as the coming man.
I'm with you.
Even down in 14th place, we have Abhimanyu Mishra with 9 points. He still has a chance. We've still got 4 games to go. Just one game today. With this game is still continuing, is it?
Yep, these boys are giving their all.
What's the latest?
The latest is bishop e8 as per... Oh, sorry, bishop f8, king d7, and hopefully now we are going to get a resignation so that everyone else can take a quick break, including us, before we head for the last round of the day.
Okay,
so king here, king here, king here. Yeah. That's the plan.
It's unstoppable. Going as advertised, basically. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Precisely. I think, Danny, the most important question that I need to ask you at this point is that have you ever been to watch Wimbledon?
I have, yeah. Actually, I live in West London, and Wimbledon is southwest London, so it's not very far away from where I live, actually.
Right.
And of course, it's not so easy to get tickets, but I have been a few times, and I absolutely love Wimbledon. I really enjoy tennis. It's frankly, it's a highlight of the year. I love the spring and the summer, and when Wimbledon arrives, that's the height of the summer for me. It's
right.
Great. I don't have any tickets this year, but I absolutely love the event, and it's a wonderful atmosphere. Have you ever been? Have you been to Wimbledon?
No, I haven't, but I would love to. Danny, remember how we were talking about the guitar missing from behind you in the background?
Yeah.
What's the guitar for you is the tennis racket for me.
Oh, really? You enjoy playing?
Oh, I am a fanatic.
Great.
Absolutely. So when I'm not chessing, my number 2 sport to go to is definitely tennis. I play a lot.
You're in the right country for that.
Certainly.
Of course, Australia has a fantastic tradition of tennis players. Who's the Aussie number 1 at the moment, actually?
Diminor. But not for long. Not for long at this rate. I reckon that, lots of things can happen. Kyrgios recently started playing tennis somewhat more seriously.
Yeah.
And he announced himself as the best grass player currently in the world. Right. So watch out for him coming to Wimbledon. But also nice. Kokkinakis is climbing the ladder very impressively. So yeah, we'll see.
That's interesting. Yeah, Australia always figures, in the big tournament. So that's interesting. I have to say, I'm not currently. I feel a little bit out of touch with the tennis scene. I don't know whether it's what was going on in the pandemic, or I don't know. I think things, I was busy elsewhere, but yeah, having an eye on Wimbledon. Absolutely. It's a fantastic event. And yeah, if you manage to get over sometime, then I'll see you there. I would love to go, because I haven't been, life's been busy. I haven't been for I don't know, a few years, but it's fantastic. I remember going there, and I saw, Martina Navratilova play. That was a few years back in one of her final tournaments. The other tournament, which is a kind of pre-Wimbledon tournament, is Queen's.
That's right.
Yeah, and actually I've been there more recently, so it's easier to get tickets. And that's West London. Actually, it's actually very close to Wimbledon. It takes place in it's kind of Fulham, but it's also West London. So yeah, very very close to where I live, actually. And that's a really nice event. It's obviously much smaller than Wimbledon, even in the venue, but it's a really great day out, actually. So yeah, if you ever make it over, we'll try and get tickets.
I will be in touch. You can count on me.
It'd be good fun. Yeah, it'd be really nice. This game seems to be over. So yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Standings: Carlsen at the top, Ding second, Giri second, Wei Yi 19. Still got one game to go, folks, which starts in 4 minutes. I'm going to dash downstairs. Let's have a 2-minute break. We'll see you soon.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Ladies and gents, we have just one more game to go today. And what a clash we have on top board. Andras, talk me through this encounter.
I wish I could, but yeah, there will be two players in very different forms. I think Magnus is holding his own very comfortably, draws when he needs to, wins when he needs to, and Wei Yi, after a spectacular start, is stumbling through the whole day. Oh my God, no, that is not happening. This is not happening. That is illegal mouse slip. Someone is pulling my leg.
This is Magnus trying. I think he obviously has a policy, at least in this preliminaries, of playing every single first move with white, or at least a different first move with white every board.
Come on. I reckon he knows that I'm commentating, because I'm notoriously known for having very firm opinions about such moves and whether they have their place in elite tournaments. So he's now enjoying his time teasing me, but well, it is what it is.
So give me your firm opinion on H4.
That I don't think it has any place in professional chess, but you know, I am very widely disliked for that opinion.
It seems to have found a niche, apparently.
Well, I mean, it's not H4, it's the Bone Cloud and all its relatives, you know.
Oh, it's not the Bone Cloud. I mean, you know, one could argue that H4 is not a stupid move in this position.
I'm pretty sure, Danny, that if I asked you if you would be ever keen on trying it out yourself, you would be less excited about the option of chucking out one H4.
I would not rush into the playing move. However, if you were going to give me a choice of playing one H4 or one G4, I would pick one H4.
Right.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't damage the position as much as other moves. Okay,
yep.
Here's a question. Would you prefer to play H4 or F4 on the first move?
I mean, definitely F4. That's just the reverse Dutch if I really have to, right?
Yeah.
I can't really not pick F4 there.
Okay, this is going to be fun. So now we've got to basically, let's disregard the pawn on H4. We now have a reversed Tarrasch.
Reverse Tarrasch, yes.
So
indeed.
Is this pawn actually going to be useful? Is Magnus going to play the von Hennig-Schara gambit with the inclusion of H4? Is this what it's all about?
I don't know.
This is fantastic.
Okay, so for the viewers who are not quite sure what you meant by that, the Saracen Henning gambit goes like takes, and then knight c3, utilizing the pin on the queen. And after queen wherever takes, queen takes, bishop e3 takes, and rook takes is a reverse color version of a gambit with the inclusion of h4, which as far as I can see is neither here nor there.
But actually, that's only one line. I mean,
yeah,
you could say the classic way to play this is after if we go back a couple of moves.
Oh, sorry, this is check here is the cheeky one.
Yeah, exactly. This is normal. So
and then bishop d2 takes and takes.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And then queen takes, knight c3, knight f3, you know, and so on.
I will be honest with you, Danny. I would prefer this pawn back here. So if you ask me if this particular gambit is better from white's perspective with the inclusion of h4, I would give you a firm no, because the g4 square seems to be more accessible to me, but I could be wrong.
I think the point is that Magnus is making Wei Yi think for himself, and already he's won, you know, 2.5 minutes on the clock basically through playing this h4 stuff. All right, so Wei Yi has played solidly, playing e6. He's just saying, okay, I'm not bothered. I'm just going to ignore this pawn on h4. I'm not interested in any of this nonsense. I'm just going to develop normally, which of course is a very sensible policy.
Yeah, these are the moves I would have played too. E6, knight f6, and just play the reverse Tarrasch with h4 in and see where that takes us.
Fantastic. I'm really enjoying this. Do you know what? Magnus could get away with this because even if he loses, he is still right at the top of the position of the table. And, you know, after this game, there are only 3 games remaining in this preliminary. And do you know what? It's actually possible that Magnus could lose the remaining games and still make the top 8 with his current score of 22. I'm just looking at the position of Vidit on 14 points in 9th position. So if Vidit wins his next 4 games, that would be 12 points. Okay, that's, you know, these guys in the middle, they're not going to win that many games. So basically, I think what I'm saying is, I'm not saying Magnus is going to lose his next 4 games, but he can afford to play fast and loose. And even if he loses this game, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I'm thinking, Danny, that there are some lines in the Tarrasch where white does something like this. Of course, the mainline Tarrasch looks exactly like this, except there is a knight here and no pawn here. But there are some variations there where white actually castles queenside and plays for knight g5 attacking ideas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that, for the first time, is a position where h4 actually fits in. But no, this is what we have instead. And that I'm disappointed about. I'm not going to hide that.
Well, that's what Magnus would have had in mind. That's the way he was going. But unfortunately, Wei Yi decided to hoover all the pieces. And I think Wei Yi is just being very pragmatic and saying, okay, listen, symmetrical pawns, let's just make a draw here.
Yeah.
Whether he gets that smoothly is another matter, because actually, as we know, Magnus is kind of in his element, you know, when it comes to an end game. So, you know, Magnus, I would say his opening has paid off, basically.
Yeah, and I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed because Wei not only is not trying to beat him, but he's very clearly keeping that draw in his mind that you mentioned already. And if that's the best you rock up with against h4, yeah, I mean, you of course must accept the fact that he's having a terrible day and he wants to have something next to his name.
Oh, that's true.
Even if it's a half point. So we must respect that for sure.
By the way, who's better here? I would say white is better already. Look at those bishops.
I would not debate that for a second, because this bishop is an absolute beast here.
Yeah.
Knight d2, knight e4 is a very fluid plan, and h4 can actually be used to soften up things here.
No, absolutely, yeah. So I think Magnus is a very happy bunny at the moment. I mean, really, this is, you know, his whole opening has just worked out beautifully. He has a decent position, which after 1h4 is absolutely.
Oh man!
Listen, let's go to Ding Liren. Let's go to Ding Liren. He's in second position at the moment.
Yep, let's go to Ding Liren against David Anton. What was this?
It's one of those again.
That's what I thought it was. It was some weird Alapin shenanigan.
Well, it's this deferred bishop b5 check. It's actually very trendy about, I don't know, 15 years ago. And it was known to give white absolutely nothing. But just in this tournament, it seems to have popped up a few times. I don't know why, because it was never anything for white anyway. People running out of just recycling old ideas, but really, I think we can see that, you know, already. Look at black's bishop on the long diagonal, and this knight spinning around via d7.
Yeah, you know, and yet the engine likes it for white, by the way. Interestingly,
sure, not hugely, but yeah, it was never much. Let's put it like that. But I mean, Ding, you don't. I mean, there are lots of ways to play against this. Can we go back to move 6, bishop b5 check? Because there are lots of ways to play this. I mean, one sort of classic way is to play bishop d7.
Yep. And I'm guessing we take with the queen, right?
Well, so actually, the funny thing is, black can take in lots of different ways. You can all captures are okay.
All three are okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight fd7 is actually a really interesting way to play as well. Well, you know, the game goes on. You know, one can simply play knight c6 there and play.
Yeah.
And get quite an interesting position, because it takes time for white's pieces to shift over. You know, moves like d5 actually, you know, aren't necessarily so great because, anyway, like I said, it's sort of very old ground and meant to be absolutely fine. Let's jump to the game position. So 13 b1 played.
So what I'm a bit worried about, Danny, here is that if I get to play b3, that might cancel out 2 knights.
Okay, fair enough.
But actually, let's just go with 1. So the a5 knight is going to be a bit of a loose piece on a5. Difficult to see where it's headed.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, I wonder how we can address that. I mean, one way of addressing it is to take on f3. I don't really want to voluntarily do it, but take on f3 and then go knight c4, which solves the problem of the knight. Yeah, and now if he goes back to b6, it's not beautifully placed. So
and if you go
back to e5, let's do it.
Yeah,
right. It's better for white. Yeah, this one has worked out pretty well. It has to be said. Yeah, rook b1 is a really nice move, I've got to say. Very nice.
Yes. Yeah, great play by David Anton. Okay, interesting stuff. Wow. An interesting subtlety, Danny, that you will have to explain to me, because this surprises me a little bit, because I wanted to keep that rook on h5, given that h4 was played to support potentially this. And it's not apparent to me why we need the rook on the a file. Are we worried about a5 in case we go this way?
Definitely.
a5, a5 hangs b5, right? So that's not a thing.
Yeah, but there's always going to be some, you know, black is going to play the rook over to c8, and yeah, a5 is always the theme in the position, just to liquidate all the queenside pawns. So I think rook h c1 is definitely the way to go, because that's, like I said, a5 always the one to watch out for. That looks logical. I mean, I think, you know, having any chances of creating some initiative on the king side with the pawn on h4 is kind of high in the sky. You know, I think that basically, if Magnus is going to get anything from this position, he needs to stop that move a5. So sending the rook over looks like the right way to go. Now, you mentioned the move knight to e4 for white, which is one possibility. And of course, the other way, the classic way, is to play knight b3 and then into c5. Magnus manages to achieve that. He's certainly getting somewhere. And also don't forget knight b3 and a knight to d4, because then, having eliminated the knight on c6, black is not going to be able to get in a5. So the whole liquidation is prevented. So here's an interesting moment. Does Carlsen go for knight b3 or knight e4?
Yeah.
Knight e4, is there a tactic with takes and knight d4 check? That could be an issue.
Yes, and that is actually, that does work.
Okay, so I'll play knight b3. And then I cross my fingers and I hope that a5 doesn't liquidate everything, basically. But I don't think it does, because we can take on c8. I think
I can take back.
Oh no, you can recapture with the bishop. Yeah, okay, then we need to. Yeah, let's just show that. So rook c8, bishop c8. Now, is knight d4 possible? Then b4. Yeah, okay. We need to look at this carefully. This seems to be okay for black. Yeah, b4. Then there's a pin. It's still not over, actually. Yeah, there are some weird tactics here. Let's go back.
This is a better move here.
Okay, that's fine. All right, listen, let's go back. So we need to consider a5. If a5 is possible, then I honestly think this is actually a critical moment in the game, because if black does not achieve a5, he could be worse there.
Knight b3 played.
Right, so now a5 is knight d7 played very quickly.
Wow.
Okay. I think a5 was absolutely critical there.
Yes, absolutely agreed. And that was the first time when Wei Yi played the move instantly, and it may be an inaccuracy.
Well, let's see. How about maybe the problem is I wanted to play this move knight d4, but then a black knight can land on e5, which is actually a bit irritating.
Yeah, this is a thing now as well. Maybe, or just via d5.
Yeah, okay. Knight d7 seems solid enough.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Let's go to, have we looked at Anish Giri's game? I can't see who's he playing against. Let me have a look. He's playing white against Vidit.
Wait, I missed that just a sec. Oh yeah, this one. Wow. Oh, again, another Italian. Another
blockader on d4.
Yep. Very similar structure to the previous round game between Mamedyarov and Praggnanandhaa. But there is no f-pawn here to boot, and that's a big problem for white. This structure is damaged. That being said, it's still looking more attractive to me for white.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, there is the queen on b6 does provide a nice bit of counterplay there, and if the pawn comes to b3, then the c3 square is available.
I think, Danny, this is a good opportunity for white to call it a structural or strategic change and go for good knight, bad bishop. However good or insufficient that is, I don't know.
Yeah.
But there is a qualitative difference between the two minor pieces, that's for sure.
Definitely. Yep. I mean, that's a kind of pragmatic way to play. Why not? And you just say, okay, I'm a bit better. Let's see what happens.
Actually, but queen d2 is a lemon because of rook c4, so I reckon it has to be b3.
Rook c, why?
Oh, actually, maybe not, because I have
because you have rook d1. That's the point.
Rook d1, yeah. Yeah, I stand corrected, yes.
Well, he didn't do this. I mean, maybe he's just keeping that in mind, but I agree. I mean, I think that, to me, that just looked like a very pragmatic way to play. But, I mean, maybe he's just saying this is similar.
Yeah, keeping his options open.
Yeah, but now, I was just going to say I mean, now it gives black the opportunity to put the knight back on f8.
That's what I was thinking too, because knight d7 would allow queen d3 when there is a mate threat.
Exactly.
But knight f8 very nicely cancels this out.
I don't know. If I were black, I think I would take the opportunity.
Yeah, me too.
Because just that positional threat of exchanging on g6 is always alive.
Instead, he went bishop d7, which looks very odd.
Ah, so now the queen defends the knight on g6. Right. Yeah, that's okay. It's actually very sensible. Because, I mean, obviously, bishop takes g6, queen takes g6 doesn't have the same impact.
We don't have some tacticals here, do we?
Well, if you do, then it's a problem. Bishop takes? I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so e6, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, rook takes, queen d5.
Rook e8 defends it.
Then I take.
Queen takes.
Then you drop this.
Yeah, but it's only one.
Okay.
I mean, what? It's not that. That's not the end of the world for black. Of course, you know, white is a bit better, but you know, with a rook coming down to c2, I can imagine that one could actually fizzle to a draw.
Actually, it's happening, Danny.
Oh, is it happening? Okay.
So let's have a look at this, what we just discussed. So take rook e8, and I assume the capture. And well, I'm not going to argue with your statement and your evaluation.
But it's no, I mean, you're right, of course. I mean, white is better. I would still plump for a draw. But yeah, of course, it's something.
Yeah, it's up a pawn. It's up on the clock. We can't really ask for much more.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, maybe basically, probably after bishop d7, white had nothing better, actually.
Interestingly, Danny, where his position is turning quite sour for my liking. Bishop d8 and then rook c7. It seems like he has missed the mark big time, right? Like you just go like, I'm looking at your facial expression, and that's exactly what I'm verbalizing. It's like, what are you doing, man?
Okay, so how did, after knight d7, rook c2? Let's see that.
So what happened was that they played bishop d8, rook d1, which is a bit of a cheeky one to drop this bomb on him. Rook c7, and that looks just utterly clumsy. Okay. Not that I had anything better to offer, mind you, but it just looks not good.
Yeah, the whole retreat with bishop d8 just, well, he obviously overlooked one of these moves, and suddenly he's scrambling now, isn't he?
Yeah, note that the tactics are on again, so he's actually under the pump here.
Yeah, yeah, and don't forget a simple move here, rook cd2, which could be game over. I mean,
conversely, this too.
Yeah, and this one. Oh my goodness. So what is black's next move here?
Apparently knight f6. When I guess we'll have to drop back though, right?
Well, wait a second, because you can take on f6 and go for a pin.
Oh, true.
How is that?
Oh, no, g takes back.
G takes apparently is the move, however.
Yeah, because the rook needs to be kept protected, of course.
Beautiful it is not.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit dicey.
By the way, there was another move apart from rook c1. There's also knight c5.
Knight c5. Very unpleasant.
It's funny.
Do I have f5 here? That's my only move.
Yeah,
right?
I was just
everything else loses.
I was just looking at that, and then knight takes b7.
And then I take here.
Yeah, exactly. And then I move my knight to g5.
And I take that too.
Yeah, take it.
And then we go into this rook ending.
Yeah,
where you are clearly better, but
which is a bit better for white, but maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
It's funny. I was just saying, in any of these variations, has the pawn on h4 had any bearing on the position? That's the first time that white has actually been able to use the pawn on h4. Let's go back, because let's see what we've got on the board. Magnus has a pleasant decision here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and yes, apart from takes, apart from knight c5, as you said earlier, just doubling on the c file also.
He actually took.
Yeah.
He took. And by the way, Shankland is falling apart in a crucial moment. Let's have a very quick look at this, and then we'll go back to Magnus. He had this very normal looking hanging pawn scenario against Aryan Tari, and here he allowed c4, banking on the counterpunch f6. But this looks very shaky, and it is shaky because of capture here, then capture on e5, I suspect, and then the pawn keeps rolling, or even take on e6 first with the idea of check. And boy, this is just a tremendous mess. King h8 was played, e7, and when the rook slides to e8, I guess there are various ways here to mop up, but d5 appears to me to be the most logical way to continue, and then probably the queen will penetrate on d7. Yeah, rook e8 takes, and this knight has not a lot of squares to go to, and b5 is not a square you would want to write home about.
I guess it's the only move.
Yeah, and then I guess, I don't know, this just looks so natural.
Yeah, I was just looking at Queen d7. It looks pretty terrible, doesn't it? I'm trying to think of a move for black here. Actually, it's not easy. What about? Can you play Queen b4?
I mean, look, my oh, I get it. So you wanted to prevent this.
Yeah, I've just got Queen e7 basically. That's
I didn't even realize that you had that too.
Yeah,
okay,
but,
fair. What do I do? You know, you don't have that, Danny, because this is hanging, so I can do whatever.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It was just, it was on, it was on Bishop f7 that I was.
Yeah.
I was.
Oh, sorry. Fair enough.
But Rook d1, absolutely. And now
I'm threatening with this.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff by Aryan Tari, who, by the way, if he does win this, does it put him on 2 wins back to back, or even 3?
Yeah, he bounces up. That will bring. I mean, he hasn't had a great tournament. However, if he wins, he will be edging closer to the top 8. That will help him considerably.
Rook f5 was played, by the way, and now it's fizzling into a position where the e7 pawn remains, whilst white reclaimed the exchange. And now I expect rook d1 to be the decisive move when queen e7, queen d6, queen takes, rook c1, fails to rook d1, blocking the back rank back and thus winning the game.
Can we bounce back to Magnus's game, because it's interesting.
Yes, exactly what I was going to tell you or suggest. That let's have a look at Maggie's. So he took on f6.
He was obviously concerned about f5 that would liquidate too much, and he's gone g4, which just sort of maintains his positional advantage on the king side, and then the position of the bishop on e4. Interesting.
Yeah, and actually rook a8 was played, and I expect him to match that with his rook dc1.
I keep wanting to play knight c5. Is knight c5 legal?
Or is no, I think that's a very, very, very sensible proposition. Something is not right according to the machine. Maybe.
Well, I'm looking at knight a. Is knight a5 possible? I think knight a5 is the move. I think that's the move. Oh no, the machine doesn't like it. Why doesn't the machine like it? Wow, what a mind-blowing position, actually.
Is there a rook d8 tactic at one point? I can't.
Yeah, rook d8, knight b7. I don't.
But then you can take this and
yeah, exactly.
That, right?
It's weird, isn't it? I can't quite see the move.
No, neither can I, actually.
Maybe he's just
slide
got
here.
Exactly.
Yeah, just slide across, and then all of a sudden things start to hang.
Okay, let's go back. So not that one.
Yeah. Nah. So it's gonna be probably rook across.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's gonna be rook across. Interestingly, Magnus is now sort of eating into his time quite a bit too. Remember, this game started with a very big gap between the times on the clock, but now he's sort of catching up.
He's remained true to his opening move.
H5. H5 is the name of the game.
That's hilarious. He wants to put the pawn on H6, and yeah, that's significant.
Now, however, do we have this?
Okay, to put it on the board, and let's.
I shall check. Take me in 4 different ways. I dare you. The idea being, of course, that this bishop is what I want to munch. And you definitely don't want 2 knights against 2 bishops. 1 is okay. Oh no, instant H6.
Okay, just after knight d4. Let's just okay, so what about knight f takes knight?
Yeah, take.
Yeah, and then I take on c7.
Oh, you wanted to do some dirty jumps, so I might have to take this way, but then you want to pin me.
Well, there's the pin, but also I keep wanting to play knight c5. Okay.
Oh no, this is winning.
That's winning. That's good. But instead of bishop takes, yeah, I was actually thinking knight c5 here.
Yeah, remember when I said that you don't want to play with the 2 knights against the 2 bishops? Yeah. Actually, you do.
I do.
actually, you do.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the horses in the stable. They are very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, exciting. Okay, H6 was played.
Yeah.
But this looks very, very vanilla to me. I mean, okay, it makes a lot of sense because it denied H6. It removed the pawn from H7 being on prey, but now I just go here. Or that still walks into that.
Well, should we let's play it and let's see if it's an issue. Let's just see. Okay, so knight f takes.
Yeah, I think you can just deal with it in the exact same fashion. That you take it, you allow this, you trade 1, potentially even 2 rooks, and then knight c5.
Exactly.
And hitting this and this. So that's not a problem.
Yeah.
That is not a problem.
Mag's down to 4, just under 4 minutes against 3 minutes. This one is brewing nicely. He hasn't played rook c1 yet, by the way.
No, this is the position on the board.
I mean, you were, with your mouse, you were toying with the idea of knight fd2, which I have to say is also a very attractive
Yes, I wanted
idea.
to cover the bishop.
I think it's an attractive idea as well, just to hold the positional advantage.
Yes, and he did play it.
Yeah, and well done. Nice move.
He's not a world champion for nothing.
It's a Magnus type move, just holding everything.
Yeah. Look at the H pawn, the pride of the position.
Yeah. if that one ends up queening.
Oh, imagine that. This is what they call, Danny, the caster's curse, when I'm giving grief for playing H4, and that turns out to be the winning tool for the game.
You say the caster's curse, I say the commentator's curse. There we go. You say potato, I say potato. Let's go to Prague's game. Apparently he's got a winning position according to, I'm looking at the website here.
Well, there is a monster bishop on d4, but there is a really, really exposed black king. A very weird equation to work with there.
Well, okay, what happens if in this position white just goes f6? This must be the issue. Because
yeah.
And then we're going to take on g5. What's the story?
I mean, why don't I take it right away?
Oh yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even think about it. I just assumed, oh yeah, blacks wants to play f6 to defend the pawn, so I stopped f6. But yeah, well, if we can take it straight away, I think I'm happy. Let's do it.
It does look that way. It does look that way. Yeah, I don't see anything. Although the bar seems to drop and then it starts climbing back up again. Oh no.
I think we're safe. But after f6, there's also another option, which is to play queen d2 and deliver checkmate.
Yeah, by the way, my knight g5 proposition was not to say that I dislike your f6. I really do.
No.
It's just that
I forgot that it was. I forgot you could take it straight away. So listen, just do it.
God giveth, we taketh, right? Like it's there. Thank you.
Yeah.
We will. Ooh, there has been lots of trades on the Magnus board, but to be honest, Danny, the more goes off, the more I like it for white, because what remains seems to be mighty good.
Yeah, I mean, it looks absolutely fine for white. Just it reminds me of these Catalan endings, actually.
Yeah,
it's just really similar, and with rook and knight against rook and bishop.
Take king. Although, okay, this could be a problem. Maybe
okay, well, let's slow down. Just rook c1. Yeah, the white's king is beautifully placed. I mean, this really is a Catalan endgame.
Yeah,
I've had a lot of joy in squeezing these ones.
I bet.
Really, really nice. It's all very Karpovian.
Yeah,
he won some nice games, and Ulf Andersson as well. You know, back in the day in the 70s and 80s. This was,
and that's exactly what we have on the board. And by the way, the absolute greatest irony is that this pawn formation has never been as important in this game as it is now, blockading a pawn on black on the color of the bishop. So that is just insult to injury as far as the casters or the commentators' curse is concerned. And also, if you picture certain endgames, in certain endgames it might become a decisive factor that white has a chance for a break.
Mm.
Yeah, but primarily, I would be worried about rook c6 if I was black here.
Okay, the scenario we're heading for is this: if we're going to write a script, then we're going to have some beautiful liquidation where the rook and bishop are liquidated for the rook and knight, and then white finishes the game by playing g5, and it's like an overlap. Listen, you're in Australia, you'll understand about rugby. You know, when they're passing the ball down the line, and suddenly, you know, there's the overlap on the wing, and the winger scores a try in the corner. You know, do you follow rugby, by the way?
Not as religiously as I should be, being an Australian.
Yeah.
Even if I'm an acquired Australian, as I like to call it, but no, not as much as I should. To be honest, see, this is a very interesting thing, Danny. Coming from Europe, I brought my European likings for sport. So I grew up on basketball, football, as in soccer, but we call that incorrectly football.
Yes.
Yeah. Handball, which people don't even know what that is.
Yes.
Like they don't know in Australia what handball is. And tennis. And out of these things, only tennis is big in Australia, which I religiously follow here too. But I didn't really get into the Aussie things. The AFL, the rugby, and in particular cricket is something that you could kill me with. So, you know, I retained a fair bit of my European, or even I can probably say Hungarian heritage in this regard, or not only retained, but prioritized it over the Aussie things.
Yeah, well, you know, if I think, you know, cricket, rugby, Aussie rules, you know, I've been to some Aussie rules games in Brisbane. Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I like Aussie rules. It's good fun.
Sure. You know what? There is an Aussie sport. I don't know how much I can call it Aussie, but something that is really big here that doesn't exist in Europe, or if it does, it's very remote, that I really enjoy watching, and that is netball.
Oh, netball is an English game.
Is it? Right, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that. Yeah, I would claim a lot of things here to be Aussie, but netball is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, netball is. Yeah, I have to whisper this. It's okay. I'll put it more diplomatically. It's popular in the Commonwealth. So
yes,
you know the big teams, as in a lot of games like cricket. Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. So yeah, netball is huge. Well, I say huge. You can't compare it with football and cricket, but yeah, it's a popular game here. But yeah, I think I'm not quite sure of the current rankings, but I mean Australia and New Zealand very, very strong.
Yeah. By the way, some developments that I wasn't so excited about for white was this A5 break. I wasn't excited to see that. Not sure if there was a way to shut it down. I would have considered here for white, by the way, a transition into rook ending with knight A5.
Yeah, but this is still absolutely fine, isn't it, for white? Because in the position we've got on the board, the knight is just, can't the knight just drop back to D3? Isn't this okay?
Oh, it certainly is okay. I just don't know if...
No, I mean, I assume it, basically white is just on track still. Just
okay. Yep, we are definitely headed somewhere.
Oh, he's threatening F5 check. This might be the issue. That is the issue.
Yeah, it is not easy now. He dropped back to C3.
If you could stabilize with F3. Okay, so that's so the threat was F5 check. Just removing the guard from the knight on D3. I'm still thinking Magnus is in kind of classic squeeze mode here. Actually, still looks fantastic. Bishop F6 is on the board. Okay.
That is an utterly ugly move.
Yeah, but I think not quite sure what black should play there. So right, so what white wants to do is play F3, and then the knight is free, and then the rook is free, and well, I mean, we have white can sort of liquidate in various ways there.
Could I have played F6 then instead?
Yes, please.
You are excited about it, are you?
Yeah, from white's viewpoint, absolutely. Yeah. Once there's a check on the 7th rank, it's game over.
Yeah, and also E6 is pathetically weak. So I don't know what it was, but yeah. I mean, the engine definitely thinks black had better than Bishop F6.
Yeah, the engine does, and I have to say I'm struggling to see what it is because it just looks like
this is what it is.
White is on track. Ah, okay, that's the move.
Yeah.
Really? We're just saying it's difficult for white to free himself. Okay, so what happens on F3?
Maybe just pass.
Okay, let's see what happens if okay, so if rook D1, then knight E5. What's going on? Because after knight E5, bishop B4, I want to play rook C7.
Yeah, maybe rook this way so I can come in this way. Anyway, I definitely give you, Danny, that white is calling the shots here.
I think it's one of those situations where, fine. If the engine says that black is holding, well, we can't dispute that. But it's one of those positions where, it looks like black is playing only moves for, in practical human terms. I mean, this just looks like it's technically winning for white, basically.
I totally agree with you. And that's exactly what's happening on the board, by the way, I reckon. Like, we are headed for a disastrous endgame here for black. Even take with the pawn is attractive to me with the idea of picking off F7. In fact, it was played. Yeah.
I think the issue here is that black's bishop is a terrible piece. It's getting pushed around.
Can't find, a meaningful job. And the knight is the hero of the day, beautifully defending and shielding the king and always finding somewhere good to jump.
I mean, the only thing it can do is live on g5, but you know, once white starts pushing the b pawn, it's not going to be a very happy position.
Yeah.
I mean, as you say, basically f7 is dropping, then e6 is weak. It's just winning for Carlsen, basically.
And time is ticking away too from Wei, so that's not helping. Indeed, the bishop is g5 bound.
Did you see Wei's trick after rook c2? He was actually threatening rook c4.
Yeah, yeah, cheeky, hoping for the pre-move and then mate. Wow, no thanks, says Carlsen.
That's really cute, actually.
Yeah. Oh, and then he cuts off the king even. Yeah. Rook e2.
Suppose knight f4, I guess. Otherwise, you know, we've got to defend e3. I think knight f4 is okay, actually.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to get cute with some other aggressive ideas, but that's unnecessary. Like, yeah, let's just keep it simple.
The b pawn is a runner. Now, what's the simplest way to do it? Shove the king in. I guess so. I guess so, yeah.
And then when the rook swings back, we can pick off maybe e6.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think... Well, he's taken on e6 instead.
He took e6 right away, and the bar is not convinced at first, but Magnus is better than the engine. Yeah, taking on g5, and then the e pawn is just going in.
Yeah,
that's
he's got
exactly
it
what
under
happened.
control.
Yeah, this guy is a good chess player. For the second time today, I have to establish this. And the insult to injury here will be that if king takes,
rook g7.
I think we have this.
Oh, okay, that one. Yeah, I was going to say rook g7 snap. But
that too, actually. So it's like,
but listen, rook f5 absolutely is a clean, should be a clean kill, I think. Anyway, one of those moves I think is going to win. Okay, let's find out. What's Magnus got in mind?
I think he will like your squeezing technique more than mine. Because after check here, the rook can still go back to the back rank, and then the check actually. Oh no! Oh. According to the machine, this is no go. Wow, and Magnus plays rook g7. Wowzers. There you go.
Okay, he did go for rook g7. No,
yeah, for a second I thought he went rook f5, but no, I don't. Yeah, I think that what I just said was the remedy that the rook goes behind. Okay, so he pushed up e7. h5 was played, and now he's just going to nurse it all the way.
Okay, we need to do some counting.
I wonder if after king here...
Yeah, I'm looking at rook g5.
Rook g5 is the idea. That's very cruel.
That is
very, very cruel.
Magnus's technique is pretty good. So yeah, king h3, rook g5 is then rook takes, king takes h4, and I think the king comes back in time. Oh, he's oh yeah, okay, got some checks.
Yeah, so now it's going to hide the king there, and then there, and then eventually blocking with the rook and
okay. So let's see this. So king h3. Let's have a look. King h3. E8, queen takes, h4, king e7, king h2, king f6, h3. Yeah, it wins, because what you're going to do is the king comes back. You allow...
Walks onto the g file, yeah.
Exactly. The king is in time and then steps out of the way to avoid the stalemate.
Yeah, he's trying to force the rook here before he goes back for it.
Interesting. Okay.
And I think that could be an interesting point, because then my king gets to step out. So here, caution is still...
Okay. We better go back to g8 then. Interesting.
Then what do you do after rook here?
I'm not sure. Huh. Okay. Just when we were wrapping up, not so clear.
Wow. What is going on?
Let's have a look at Magnus. I need to get him on the camera.
He has
a bit of perplexed now.
Yeah, he lost his confidence a little bit there by the looks of things.
So did we.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. That's right. We went from extremely confident to what the heck?
Yeah. So let's just show that. So we don't want the king to go in front, and if rook.
So if here take. Oh, sorry. Rook here, king. Sorry, queen.
Yeah. Let's see.
Rook takes, queen takes, and king here.
Okay. And now black is fine.
Check. Then I go here.
Yeah. Now black is fine.
And it holds.
Okay, so that one didn't work.
By the way, Anish won a rook ending just then that I didn't think he would have won. That pawn up ending that we discussed earlier. But yeah. What is the story here? So Magnus is now repeating moves with rook g7, rook f7. Wow, is he gonna give in to a draw? This is a very curious case where the engine may be completely off the mark with the evaluation.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. So Maggie now walking the king up to g6. Very interesting idea. So let's have a look at that. Check, check up to g6. And king f5, bringing the king back all the way. But where are you going, brother? What on earth is he planning to do? I don't get this.
Does he want to play rook h7?
But what then?
Yes, I'm not quite sure what my next move is if black waits. The Valbar kind of likes it, but we don't understand why.
Yeah, no, it's a mystery. Excuse me, I misclicked there for a second. Yeah, I just don't get it.
We're going to see a draw.
Yeah, apparently. We have had this position already.
I think Magnus would be kicking himself because, you know, he basically played the perfect squeeze.
Yeah.
H4 came good, and yet by the end, he messed it up right at the end. Unless we're overlooking something.
No, he promoted, and now it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
King f3.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed.
The cheeky h4 didn't pay off after all.
Assuming, is this?
Yeah, the king can't get close enough.
No. Fascinating stuff. Yeah. And there we have it. So.
Yeah, that's it.
Scores.
Wow.
We have. That's the final game concluded. Magnus will be absolutely kicking himself. Not that it makes a massive difference, but he's going to qualify. I think, you know, we just have 3 games remaining, which will be played tomorrow. But in the lead, we have Anish Giri with 24 points. Magnus, 23, Dingley Ren, 22, Wei Yi, 20, Mamadorov, 19, David Anton, 18, Pragnananda, 18, Hari Krishna, 50. Excuse me. So there's still big competition for those top 8 places. I mean, conceivably, I think Gawain is looking unlikely at the bottom of the pile. However, conceivably, it is possible for, well, let's say top 12, top 13 still to qualify. It is absolutely wide open. In those qualifying spots, there's Ariantari in 9th, Vidit 10th with 14, Grandelius 13. It's still very open indeed. So it's going to be a fascinating final 3 games in this preliminary tomorrow. Andras, I believe you are going to be commentating again tomorrow.
That is correct. If I manage to pull up for the 3rd time at ridiculous o'clock, then I will be here for sure. And I also believe that my co-host is going to be the one and only Tanya Sachdev.
Indeed. I'm taking the day off. I've got a little appointment with a football match tomorrow. Not that I'm playing, but I'm going to be spectating at Brentford Football Club, which I'm very excited about. It's the final game of the Premier League season. And it's going to be a tense one because Brentford are playing against Leeds United, who at the moment are actually in the relegation zone. So it's going to be very, very tense game indeed. But anyway, have fun tomorrow. Thank you again for joining us in the middle of the night. I know it's a stretch for you. But yeah, really appreciated. Andras, thank you for your company. Don't forget, everyone.
Thank you.
This is the Chessable Masters. It's a fantastic online learning platform. We both have courses available at the moment on sale, so do check out the Kalashnikov. And Andras, what's your favorite of your courses?
The Chess Principles Reloaded series, but because I said that last time, I'm going to now promote my work with Judith Polgar, the Master Your Chess with Judith Polgar series, which we did together. So that's another big pride of mine.
Fantastic. Good stuff. So do check those out at Chessable.com. Oh, there we go. We got the thumb on the screen. Master Your Chess. Brilliant stuff. Okay, listen, thanks everyone for watching. Another really tense game. Nearly tense day, I should say. I was just thinking of that last game, and it's incredible how Magnus blew it at the close. It looked like a masterpiece. He'll be kicking himself. Anyway, he's going to be safe. Thanks everyone for watching, and see you soon.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.